My goodness, so sorry about that, everybody. Oh, nature called at a very inopportune time. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. Most people know me as Coin, and welcome back to another episode of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Hey there, Axel. Good to see you. It's been a while. How are your streams going? How have you been in both health and spirit? Hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys don't know Axel, please go check her out. She works very hard on her content. She streams retro stuff, but sometimes also some horror stuff, and sometimes some Legend of Zelda stuff. Definitely check them out. Here comes that shout out. There we go. You're good, and myself, I'm okay. You're streaming Twilight Princess lately? Awesome. If I can, I'll try to catch at least some stream of that. It's just the past couple of months have not been particularly kind to stream watching habits. But I will make it another one of these days. Promise. Oh man, it's been a real hectic month. I've had client jobs, I've had meetings, I've had hangouts with family. I'm thinking about whatever's gonna come after Mother's Day, since that wasn't celebrated. It's been a wild ride. But outside of the wild ride, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Before we get started, everybody, I'd like to just go ahead and thank our subscribers this month. And while we don't have any this month, I would like to thank people who have subscribed in the past. Very much appreciated. I would also like to thank Rasby for a $10 donation this month. That has also been extremely useful, more than words could possibly say. If you guys ever sub or donate, your names will also go on the plaque for the month, as my personal way of saying thank you, if nothing else. If the only benefit you want is the plank, that is how you would get it. Let's go ahead and swap scenes here. Just make sure I'm positioned correctly. Okay, so yesterday we did an experimental React stream, so there wasn't any Breath of the Wild to miss last time. I'm determining whether I want to make a video instead with the Reacts and just open up Tuesday and Thursdays to either a game of my choice or something smaller. Because I've mentioned before that I think regimenting streams during the week, each day of the week, would help with my schedule until I'm back on track and I can kind of take the training wheels off. But still working out the kinks. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Let me also make sure that both YouTube and Twitch are running. They appear to be running. Make sure the text box is accurate. Looks accurate. Can everybody hear okay? Is my voice coming in clear? Is the capture card coming in nice and clear? If not, please let me know and I will do my best to fix that. Also, I feel like it's a little bit dark in this room. 1 second. There we go. That should be a bit better. Where was I? Right. But let's go over what happened last time in Breath of the Wild. Last time, we completed the last Divine Beast, We freed all of the spirits of the divine champions, and now the sandstorms that have been plaguing, the Gerudo wasteland are no more. They are not a thing anymore. There's no rampaging camel anywhere. What does that leave us with? That leaves us with lots of things. We've got so many things left to do in this game. We've got 112 Koroks to find. Most of them we'll find in the wasteland, but there's going to be at least a couple that we've probably missed because lightning storm happened and struck down an apple tree somewhere. We have the armor sets to grind for. We have both DLCs to grind for, which, for those that perhaps aren't in the know, the condition for the second DLC is defeating all four of the blights. We also have the few things we may need to find at, Hyrule Castle. We've got memories left to unlock. We've got a lot of stuff on the docket. And in terms of figuring out where to start, let's just open up our map here and figure out what it is we're trying to do. If you guys want to follow along with the interactive map, if you guys type in ! BOTWMAP into the chat, if you're on Twitch, you'll get access to the interactive map that you can follow along with if you want. If you guys are on YouTube, and we are multi-streaming, by the way, Twitch, YouTube, if you want to say hello to each other, feel free. If you type in * BOTWMAP, you'll be able to get the same map. There will be timers that come around with all the different commands. And for you guys on Twitch, if you type in ! Firebot commands, you should get a list of all the Firebot commands. I have some new soundboard material, some new rotating soundboard stuff that I've not put in the commands for, but the commands themselves are present. I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the new ones if that's what I need to do, but there are some new things there. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. No, I don't think so. So, why don't we get started on this nice trip to getting all these Korok seeds, eh? No time like the present, I suppose. That would explain why there was just this, massive space. Yeah, this is where the camel is now. Isn't that nice? Where do we want to begin? Maybe begin... Let's make it so all we have to do is go into the wasteland. I guess that's gonna be the Geno Shrine. Okay, and then there shouldn't be any more hookups or hangups with the bandwidth for the stream and everything. Yeah, 788 Koroks. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. I still can't believe we're that close. I still can't believe that... we don't need to do that. That... And just sort these by type again, just like before. I can't believe that we're not but 112 Koroks away from just not having to hear a single ha 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 ever again. Wouldn't that be nice? I guess we can head up here. Where does this want me to go? Okay. It's like here. How are things in everyone's parts of the pond these days? You know, France, the Philippines, so on. Hopefully, oh, hello. Are we... No, we already solved that. That's right. We already solved that. Well, things in the U.S. continue to be a dumpster fire. I just ran down the thing. They continue to be a dumpster fire, as is expected. Of course, I'd not vote for what's happening. And if I had the opportunity, I definitely would have voted for a different candidate instead of being stranded without the ability to vote. But that's neither here nor there, and I still have to accept what my people voted for, even if some others would prefer to stick their necks in the sand and not take any kind of collective responsibility. You will not see me doing that. So I guess I'm paying the American tax today. Sorry. I'm sorry for the atrocities of this administration, and I hope people are doing what they have to do to fight it. It just sucks that it has to come at the expense of American elderly and American children who rely on the world being a certain way to get access to their medications, their health care, and their schooling. Kind of sucks. Let's not do this. Down from there. Goodbye. No, I don't want to get down the ladder. Thank you very much. Looks like what I want to do. Hello. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick you up. Just pick all these up. I got a question for folks. How do you guys feel about React content? I'm curious. There are a couple people that have already sort of voiced their opinions. But I'm curious what more people think about it. Yes, I can do like the collective soul searching on the forums and all that fun stuff, but I'm always curious as to what people's organic, genuine thoughts on the stuff are. Do you consider it lazy content creation? Are you like, it's not really lazy, but I just don't really ascribe to it myself? I'm merely curious. I don't personally have a problem with it as long as it is transformative, or people are adding like unique commentary that is not just unique commentary that it isn't just like you know, repeat the emotion on the screen. If you've got like extra context to provide, or you got some like witty soundboard clapback, like something of that like entertainment value, then I think that's fine. Oh, hello, Mr. Rock. Nice of you to appear. Next one is actually like up here. I'm pretty sure there's like a platform we're looking for. And when we transition to a new loading screen, that's when I'll go ahead and you know, adjust the count. If other people want to adjust the count of Korok seeds below me on the screen here, for you guys on Twitch, sorry YouTube, I don't have a way to increment the same kind of counter, sorry. But for you guys on Twitch, if you type in ! seed grow, all one word, you'll increment the counter by 1. If you type in ! seed shrink, you'll decrement the counter by 1. And if you want to just set the number to whatever, you can type in ! you know, seed sow. Again, all these are one word. But with seed sow, you type in a number and you set the counter. Again, Twitch exclusive. Hey there, Bear Type. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm willing to bet most of my audience that was here yesterday is much happier that I'm doing this today. And, you know, not reacting to people saying unhinged stuff. I think what I might do, if I want to do something like that again, is rather than react to a video, what I'll do is I will put in the necessary wet work and, you know, take a collection of Reddit snips and blot out the necessary information myself, and we can react to some fresh, unhinged, absolutely organic nice guys and nice girls, because I think that's fun. I think we can all laugh at people being crazy and simultaneously feel for the people that have to put up with the crazy. You don't want to be rude? No, I mean, as long as you word it nicely, critique is welcome. I mean, you're not the only person who pretty much, or who may have the same sentiments. I'm pretty sure Rasby felt the same way, where it's like, yeah, this type of content really isn't my cup of tea, yada, yada, yada. I'm totally fine with that. There is a reason that the stuff is experimental, right? That there's a reason there's a tryout period, because I don't know what the audience for live reacts looks like. I don't know what people enjoy, if people do enjoy it, and what leads people to enjoying react content, if anything. Wait, are you planning to get all the Koroks this stream? That is the plan, is to get them all, but I'm certainly not going to hold my breath. It may take more than one stream to do that. And then I guess I've got a very important question I probably need to ask folks, and that is, let me just make sure this is correct. The very important question, and I'll put this in the Discord as well. Do you guys want to see the grinds for all of the armor sets? Is that something you want to watch? Or are you more like, nah, that's okay, you don't need to do that. Just show us the finished product when you're done, etc., etc. Of course, I'm going to take some live feedback on this one as well. But the main place I'm probably going to account for feedback is the Discord. So be on the lookout for a Discord post about that stuff, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. And we have found the rock. Okay, we marked that one. Did we get the... Yeah, we did get the Korok seed that's there. Getting all the armor is cool. Also, you think it can be interesting? Yeah, like... I'm glad you think so. What route do you follow? Just the place on the map? Yes. I basically just find the next one that's on the map and I go from there. I don't have like any particular rhyme or reason for the placements. I'm just kind of I guess my only real rhyme or reason would be how close is it? How close are the Korok seeds? But I don't have like a super concrete plan. Like my general guideline is get the closest one, work our way toward the end of the map. So we start here, our end goal should be like out here in the corners somewhere. That's like the general plan, but you can see how vague it is, right? It's suggestive of a plan. It is a concept. It is not a plan per se. Where was I? I was trying to find... I guess the next one would technically be up here. Probably in a tree, if I had to guess. Let's see. What else can I probably talk about? Oh, what's this weird structure? No, wrong. Nice. Give me those bananas, please, and thank you. Well, you were half finding the Koroks? What do you mean by half? If you don't mind my asking. I find that a very curious turn of phrase. Is there something else besides finding 900 of them? Because you know where they are, but don't know how? Oh, well, I mean, we've pretty much bumped into all the kinds of puzzles that are gonna exist for the Koroks, right? You've got, like, the occasional pick up a broken object, or pick up some kind of object. The one off the Lake Hylia Bridge is an example of that. You have the pick up a random boulder. You have the put things in statues, or, like, complete the pattern. You have complete the pattern on rock rings. You have dive into water lily rings. You have toss rocks into a collection of holes. Like, there's only but so many different types of Korok puzzles. There's really not that many creative or unique ones. After we've done as many as we have done already, I don't know why I'm doing this without the climb gear. We should fix that. So even though I don't know, like, which puzzle necessarily will be done or will be available for that particular Korok, it almost doesn't matter, because I'll have a good grasp of what to do. There's only like a couple of them where, like, even though you know what kind of Korok puzzle it is, the actually doing it part is difficult or frustrating. An example is this one here. I still have not collected this Korok seed. Every time I've tried, there's been a thunderstorm. It absolutely wrecks one of the apple trees that's here, and I can't get it. It's happened 3 times. Every time. Well, like, clockwork. Almost clockwork. Okay, get up there, Link. You fought a Lionel today that took you about 45 minutes? You did it first try? Awesome. And it's the white one even. Yeah, good job. Thank you very much, to Kumabot, or Saribot, and Kumabot Defender. Thanks for getting rid of that spam bot. I don't think anyone would even saw the message. I'm pretty sure the ban already took care of the message anyway, but just in case. It's nice having software or, like, internal API take care of stuff for you when it comes to people spamming, like, best viewers on some shady website.com. Yeah, okay, here it is right here. Get on with your bad selves. I think my dogs are barking at someone, and they don't know what they're barking at. I don't really know what they're barking at, and so the craziness is ensuing. Let's see, next one's like here. I guess technically the closer ones would be here, but I would rather kind of like work our way down for the time being, so it's like right here. It's where we ought to be. Let's keep moving then. So we're getting to the point where, you know, instead of moving with... Well, actually, I guess that's not quite true. I was going to say we were getting to the point where we're just doing mundane tasks, but we still have, like, so many different quests to do. We have so many quests left to do. We've got 3 memories left to get. We are going to go and do these, because that is the full completion experience. We are going to do them, promise. Just... we might as well get the Koroks out of the way first. I think that makes the most sense to do the Koroks first. And then we can focus on doing what we gotta do. You feel like you got a lot more to do? You feel like you got a lot more to do, but like you got nothing to do? You need Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, I kind of feel like we're like the Let's Play is in this exact same state as well, where it's like we have so much to do, but if we wanted to, especially now that we've gotten the Divine Beast, we could just go kill Ganon right now. And, you know, no one would bat an eyebrow, no one would think twice about it, and we could beat the game. We could be done, which is just absolutely wild to me that I'm in a position where I feel like I don't have much to do, but also I'm in a position where we have a lot to do. Now, how did I use Urbosa's Fury again? I know that's trigger was a charge attack by holding Y. Okay. Also, you getting the secret cutscene after beating the game in all 4 beasts? Yes, sir. That was the exact express goal of getting all the divine beasts. Let's just knock out the camp while we're here. Do your worst. Ooh, that hurts. Okay. Okay, what do we do here? Not die for a start. Yeah, that's pretty annoying with the Gerudo power. Like, you can just use it without wanting to. Yeah, that's really bad. Okay, now that we've got him, let's do the usual routine. Good. Yeah, it's just so that is bad design. I will just absolutely say that. That's wild design. It could be worse. You know, it could be, you know, when you use Daruk's protection, you also use Urbosa's Fury at the same time, right? Like, you could need to activate a power, and then only when you've activated the power can you then use this other power. That would be like creme de la creme for bad designs. Case in point. And you don't even need a level 3 charge, so it's not like you can that, which I think is just so, at least make it require a level 3 charge and maybe speed up the level 3 charge time by a little, and you probably got it. It's not difficult.
Gale is now ready.
Oh, by the way, do you watch Rick and Morty? I do not watch Rick and Morty. My sibling, however, does, or has watched Rick and Morty. Season 8's coming out soon. I will see what my sibling has to say about that. I don't think they would watch, given what I think they know about. What they know. My goodness. Monkey Funk 4D and beautiful people. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. My name is Coin. How is everyone doing in body and mind today? Hopefully well. Hopefully everyone got a kick out of Monkey Funk's bow-only challenge run in Dark Souls 1 Remastered. If you guys don't know Monkey Funk 4D, please go give him a follow. He does variety content like I do. Hopefully, and this is from one challenge runner to perhaps a potential challenge runner, that this will be the first of many more Dark Souls, Soulsborne challenge runs. You know, today's particular frustration notwithstanding. Yeah, bow only is really, really cool. I've thought about doing that, but I realized I couldn't be arsed to have the patience of someone who does bow only in Dark Souls 1. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Monkey Funk. How was the rest of your stream? Hopefully it went well. Of course, please don't let me keep you from needing to cut and run if you got to go get rest or food or what have you. That's also perfectly acceptable. I'm thankful you brought your people to me at all. And thank you for the follows, guys. I do keep the follows anonymous. The text is on the screen, but there's no alert or anything. It is meant to be like a low attention, low fanfare thing. But thank you guys very much for the follows, and thank you again for the raid, Monkey Funk 4D. It was good. You unfortunately do got to make a phone call real quick, but you're lurking. Totally acceptable. Totally acceptable. I'm gesturing with my right hand like that helps anyone. I hope the phone call goes well and the other business you need to do also goes well. I will hopefully see you around later, good sir. And if not, have a good rest of your day. Now, as for everybody coming in, hi, my name is Coinstamp. I've already said that. Oh, let me get a shout out in real quick. Now, for those that are in my audience, if you've not followed Monkey Funk 4D on Twitch, you really, really should. He and I basically have like the exact same sphere of content with some games is like the difference. Really nice guy. Could not ask for a better streaming, a better content creation associate. Really. But welcome on in. Welcome to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It is an open world action adventure game published by Nintendo in the year of 2017. This is Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is considered or will be considered like a modern cult classic. If you guys want to see like where the franchise took a turn for the better, and it really kind of paved the way forward for a lot of other open world like action adventure RPG type games, please play this one. I would say, you know, maybe not collect 900 Koroks part of it, but this is one of those games I think everyone just has to play at some point. Hopefully, or not hopefully, if you guys feel up to commenting, you know, I would love to talk about Breath of the Wild some more. What is everyone's level of familiarity with it? Is Breath of the Wild a game that you've heard before, played before, completed? I've had all sorts of people on Twitch and YouTube, we're multi-streaming by the way, you know, come in and, you know, talk about their experiences with Breath of the Wild and the Switch 2 and all that other fun stuff. I'm always curious about the level of experience or familiarity my audience has with the content that's on the screen. We are currently in the process of getting all 900 Koroks. Speaking of, this is well, I think we're like, what, 792 Koroks? I'll update that number as needed. Or Firebot can have conniptions. Yeah, Firebot's having some problems. I don't know why. Okay, let's try that one more time. Okay, maybe not. The Knight speed bonus is pretty weird. It's also on the Dark Link armor. Yep. We are going for the 100% complete experience. And that means getting all the armor, all the weapons, completing all the quests, like having stuff in the compendium, not necessarily having all the stuff, but having them all in the compendium, getting all the shrines, doing all the DLC. It's going to be a fun time for everybody involved, hopefully. We can use the time to kind of talk about some of the more intricate things in Breath of the Wild as well. Or really whatever fits anyone's fancy. I will say the commands for the seed shrink, seed grow, and seed sow are Twitch exclusive. So if you're on YouTube, you're not gonna be able to affect the counter. There's no way for me to make Firebot and StreamerBot cooperate on the same counter. I would essentially have to, make StreamerBot handle all of that for both platforms, and that's not fun for me personally. That means I already have to track so much between the two different bots. It's not even funny. Have I thought about doing this for Tears of the Kingdom? Oh, we're going to. Assuming you guys vote for Tears of the Kingdom, we're going to. Like, that is a foregone conclusion. The 100% full completion shtick is a core feature of the channel, unless something comes up. Like with Steel Rising, TM. Let's get to playing the game, because we've spent entirely too long gabbing at said game. Let's dump that for this. Yeah, I suppose now would be a good time to maybe talk about this. We do vote on games and, actions within the game on the channel. I have a Discord server where the votes primarily take place. Of course, I'll take feedback anywhere, but if you guys want to actually affect the decision-making for the channel, the Discord is the place to do that. It is the only place to do that. It's where the actual polls and straw polls all happen, is all on my Discord. Let me go ahead and roll out the Discord for those interested. It's just the incrementer that's not working. The rest of it works fine, insofar as I can understand. Let me try refreshing the Firebot resource and go from there. Refresh cache of current page. Yeah, that's weird. That one's just not working. That one's fine. What I can do is this. Okay, and that should update it, and maybe now future ones will work. We'll have to see. What? Mario Kart, what? I have no idea. I'm not even gonna question it. I don't know why data was being downloaded, but it was. Anyway, have you ever had this experience with your consoles? You're like doing something and you're like, you have it hooked up to the internet, and the next thing you know, it's downloaded some like patch or DLC update or something. What even is there for Mario Kart? I mean, outside of like virtual cartridge hell, I don't know. Oh yes, now would be a good time to talk about this, because it almost prevented us from beating the game. It was bad. If you guys, you own a Nintendo Switch, you need to get your in order with the virtual cards. I had to figure out where I owned the virtual or like which kinds of accounts had access to which DLCs for which game, and get those sorted out. Because Nintendo is like, yeah, we're making you commit to only one console at a time for this stuff, because they want more sales. In terms of what DLCs Mario Kart would have, I don't even know. Okay, so that's clearly not here. Ah, it's probably this guy over here. This is what I was marking earlier. There we go, and now we'll switch to the Crusher. It's nice that you can cancel the charge. The fast night speed animation looks so bad. They're doing the whole, you know, just speed up the animation. I'm sure that's what they did, is they just, they were able to speed it up in like Blender or something, whatever they used to render the model with, and that's what's applying the speed up. It's okay. You can tell that that's what it's doing. It could be worse. It could slow down the game instead of speeding up the model, right? It could certainly be worse. It doesn't even make sense. He just should run faster. He does. It's just that there's a animation speed, there's animation speed going on with that. But maybe the animation speed is faster than the run itself. But you kind of want the animation speed to be increased and not just, oh, cover larger distance. Because really that's what you're doing when people are talking about run speed. They're really wanting an object to cover extra ground that it didn't already have. How do I want to do this? Maybe up here next? Yeah, probably. Probably up here. Let's head up here. It's okay. At least in my opinion. The animation's okay. It's not the best, but honestly, you know what? The animations are second compared to the Koroks. Nothing tops Koroks, like the amount of Koroks, like the graphical animation stuff I can live with, but the 900 Koroks is just a, hey, why'd you even do that? it baffles the mind how they thought they needed to fit 900 here and then 1,000 in Tears of the Kingdom. That is what I fail to understand. But I have already, you know, waxed poetic about the Koroks a lot, and I would like to avoid having the whole stream be nothing. But why though? That's annoying. And I wouldn't want to sit through a stream full of but why though? It might feel fun, but nothing of value got accomplished with but why though? You just gotta pull yourself up by the bootstraps and get her done. That's all there is to it. Here's the next Korok seat. It's over here. Oh, there's a hole here, but let's clear out the traffic that would make it worse. So in this game, there's lots of things about the attacks. I'm explaining some stuff about the game again because there are new people that have not been here before. You have all your physical attacks. Weapons are separated into 3 broad categories. You have spears, you have two-handed weapons, and one-handed weapons. And among the one-handed weapons, you have actual real one-handed weapons, and you've got rods. Rods are purely elemental. They're physical and elemental attack types. Among the elemental attack types, you have frost or ice, fire, and electricity. Fire and ice counter each other. Electricity does not have a counter. The only thing you can do is use more electricity or just attack it physically. That's it. Okay, we've got those two. We've got that one. What next? Got that one. I guess these would be next. Sure. We're clearing out the canal so we can get to the desert proper. That's what we're doing. And there are elemental interactions. If you strike a frozen enemy with a shock or a electric weapon, that you'll have an electric explosion. I can demonstrate this with an electric arrow in water. The same explosion happens there as it would for a frozen enemy. If you strike an enemy with a flaming weapon, they'll actually like panic for like a short amount of time, and you're free to hit them with some other attack in the meantime. Alright, it is that one, right? Yes, I'm just heading the wrong direction is what I'm doing. You have all kinds of interactions in this game. Breath of the Wild is a pretty mechanically rich mechanically rich game. There's lots of stuff to do here, even in the midst of all this empty space. There's still lots of things to do. What else? It is the game where you can simultaneously feel full and empty all at once. It's a pretty interesting experience. I really recommend, finding a sale at some point and, playing it for yourself. Get a Switch. Borrow a friend's Switch. Pretty sure this, other one's right here. Yeah, it is. I'm just not looking at it in the right way. I heard that. That is a Yiga clan member somewhere. Yeah, I see you. You see what I mean? There's the demonstration of the frost and lightning weapons right there. It's like it's a great crowd control interaction. I use it a lot to keep enemies stunned and take out, you know, weaklings that are thinking about causing us trouble. Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you. That will be my time to talk about the shill. We got to do some shilling. I try to get the shilling done in the first couple of hours so we don't have to worry about that after like the second hour. So if you guys hadn't considered doing so and you like the content or you just like my personality, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Again, we are multi-streaming to both platforms all at once. So Twitch, YouTube, if and you want to say hi to each other, feel free. Of course, nobody is obligated. And do I recommend a cross-platform conversation? No, but you know, you have the opportunity to do that if you want. We might as well climb up here. Following the channel or subscribing to the channel, depending on which one. Those are free, easy methods to help the channel grow. And I am trying to grow it little by little, or both channels really, little by little. You know, sharing the channels with your friends, talking about them with your friends, your coworkers, your significant others, and so on. That's really the best I can ask for in like today's you know, economic environment. That's really all I would ever ask of any of you guys, is to spread the word. Because here's the thing, and this may be a little bit of an uncomfortable truth for those that are, you know, in the same space as me, on the same platform streaming. Oh, I guess before I say that, I should also say that we do take 3-minute ad breaks around here. That'll be coming up in like the next 3 minutes. It is based on the real world clock, so as soon as it hits 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the intermission screen will roll up, and there will be ads for people on Twitch. They're 3 minutes long so that I can take the stretch break. But there is a timer on the screen. When that timer is gone, I should be back. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's the only time I run ads. Outside of like the occasional bathroom break, if I have to be gone from my desk for more than like 10 seconds, I might throw up an ad, but that's really about it. Those are the only 2 times I do it. The ad breaks are structured, so the ads do not interrupt your content viewing experience. Of course, you know, I don't blame you, and I would actually recommend an ad blocker in this day and age. I don't blame you. I've come to the conclusion that I should not be caring about that, but I've set up the ad structure in such a way that, you know, people are incentivized to, you know, take their own, like, take breaks at the same time that I am. Like, we're encouraged to take a break together so that we come back together. Kind of invalidates, you know, the Twitch subs and Patreon membership as far as, like, that's concerned, but I would rather focus on, like, the free viewing experience than anything else. Anyway, I've probably got less than 60 seconds, so I just wanted to say thank you guys for hanging out with me today, and I will be back as soon as the ad break has finished. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break, because certainly not the ads. It's certainly not the ads. It most likely you guys went up, grabbed yourselves a snack, or told a loved one that you loved them, and all other kinds of fun stuff. Hey there, Klebus, good to see you. It's been quite a long while. How have your streams been going? Excuse me. How have your streams been going? Because I felt like I struggled with communication there for a split second. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys do not know who Klebus is, you should definitely check out his content. He plays a lot of shooters. Sometimes he also plays Souls titles, or like Souls-like titles, and a few other things as well. But definitely, please check out his Twitch channel. He works really hard on it. Currently playing Claire. Yes, the recent RPG that has real-time parrying in it. If I'm not mistaken. I think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, everyone's been saying really good things about it for how much it costs compared to the content that it offers. Hey there, Express O Roast, or Express Zero Roast. Welcome on in from the stream. How are you? How are you in health and spirit today? It's good to see you. Hopefully you enjoy your stay here. I'm glad you could be here. I'm glad everyone is here. I'm glad that everyone is showing up today. I really, truly mean that. You guys have come in just in time. We are continuing our long concerted effort to get the 100-ish remaining Koroks before we don't have to look at another single, tree child or hear another ever again. I would be nice to be able to put the Koroks behind us. You're probably on the last part of the game, doing side content before the final mission. Classic JRPG, or turn-based RPG stuff. That's a common trope, is better do all the side stuff before the point of no return. That makes me want to play Pillars of Eternity again, or some other JRPG or CRPG with lots of stuff to do before the final mission. Mass Effect was like this as well, where it's always a do as much as you can before the point of no return, and then new stuff opens up after the point of no return. But since it's the last part of the game, obviously the only thing left is, the end of the game. We're currently in that mode ourselves in Breath of the Wild, where we're doing, once we do the Koroks and the shrines and the we get all the armor, we fill out the compendium. I'm pretty sure I have to go back and buy a boss snap too, in fact. The only thing left to do will be to defeat Calamity Ganon, and then after that, Tears of the Kingdom probably awaits us. Unless, again, you guys vote on something else. There's so many secret bosses. Have you found any super bosses? I presume not. I'm merely curious, because I know Final Fantasy and some other RPGs. Xenoblade Chronicles is another good example of a franchise that has super bosses. Like, you're clearly meant to find them at the end of the game with a level 99 party or whatever. You think there are 2 or 3 super bosses? Ooh, nice. One is super hard, As is to be expected, they are super bosses for a reason. Have you bumped into any of them, though? Well, I should say, is that based on knowledge of the bosses, or are those the ones you've run into? I'm merely curious. I think the last time I fought a super boss of any kind on stream would have been, yeah, it would have been Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Okay, where on earth is this Korok seed? It's like a wooden platform somewhere, right? Yeah, it's that one right there. You found one, but the others, you found out about the others through raiding. That makes sense. You did say they were secret bosses, right? Did you enjoy the super bosses out of curiosity? Because usually with like the concept of a super boss, right? You know, because they're meant to be beyond the end of the game, final boss hard, it's usually a pretty even split down the middle. You'll have your camp of, I love this super boss, and you'll have the camp of, I hate this super boss. I want it to, you know, get incinerated and have its code deleted. You tried a few times. Fair. You gave up. Fair. Valid. You need to level up more, most likely too low level. Usually super bosses require you hit the cap, like the level cap for the game. Does the RPG, the recent RPG, it's Claire, right? Yeah, does that have a level cap? Out of curiosity? What was I looking for? Right, this. That way we can dash up this wall without too much problem. Not sure. Fair. I would probably look into that, into the level caps before you try the super boss again. Because usually the expectation is you need to be at cap, because the bosses are usually above the level cap, and you're not allowed to reach their level. Like, you're gonna be operating at like a disadvantage. Now, I could be wrong for that specific RPG, but based on my experience with other super bosses, that's generally how it goes, is you're operating at a disadvantage, and you have to make use of all the game's mechanics, and you need a bit of luck if you would like to win. But super bosses are a very fun puzzle to figure out. At least that's me personally anyway. I guess that's a question I can ask the general audience. How do you guys feel about super bosses? Like them? Hate them? Depends on the super boss? Usually most people say it depends on the super boss. Xenoblade Chronicles and Final Fantasy VII have like decent super bosses, where the Final Fantasy series as a whole tends to have semi-decent super bosses. But I know there are probably some games out there that don't have very exciting super bosses. I'm trying to think of one in a game. Oh, there's one in Golden Sun, The Lost Stage, where you're definitely intended to have all of the like Jin that you're gonna get in the game. You're intended to be a very high level, probably have like the Orichalcum swords or whatever. I'm fairly certain there's a super boss in there. And there are a couple bosses that approach super boss status, but they're actually roadblocks. Specifically in Golden Sun, The Lost Stage, you have a lovely little boss called Poseidon, and he will browbeat anyone that doesn't have sufficient levels, or really? Okay. All right. Let's put that mark up there then. Okay, so how do we get that done super fast? Do we need a movement speed buff for that? We might need a movement speed buff for that. I always did struggle with these particular Koroks. Still, in all seriousness though, and you know, not wanting to get too particularly lost in the weeds, and I hope you're enjoying that RPG. I hope you're enjoying Claire, because I've heard really good things about it, but there will always be the naysayers. There will be the people that say, hashtag not my RPG, hashtag not my game, hashtag too buggy. Something along those lines. There'll always be detractors. You like on the last part, you open up the whole map? That's awesome. For you, it's 9.5 out of 10. That's lovely. That's magnificent. Hopefully the ending won't suck. Oh, yes, if the game's been perfect so far. That's like another common trope, right? Everything but the ending of the game, like, sucked. Or everything but the end of the game was brilliant, and the end brought it down from a 9.5 or 10 all the way to like a 7. Oh, man. Yep. Yep. I've seen that on like popular game reviews as well, where the particular reviewer thinks the game is the best thing since sliced bread, but the ending, they're nagging about the ending. They say this could have been written better. I hope that's not the case. Okay, let me not do that. We need to get a movement speed buff going. Yeah, you had to use a speed boost, or you were not getting that. Good to know. I guess we could have done that at night if we really wanted to, but I would rather not wait until nighttime. We already have one Korok seed that we're kind of having to... We're kind of doing the wait on. Yeah, not fun. Let's not do that. Let's see... We went to the bazaar, but we never actually made the stop by the stable there. Let's actually stop by the stable. That's what our little that's what the sensor is, you know, screaming at us about, is that there's a shrine nearby, and there's also a stable that way. I don't recommend riding horses in the desert. Horse hooves don't do particularly well. They don't do particularly well in sand. No traction. Oh. Good to see you again. I trust you're keeping well. You've come quite some distance. Even I, blessed with a gift of flight, struggled a bit to make it here. My teacher was the court poet in the employ of the Hyrulean royal family. 100 years ago, he came face to face with a calamity at Hyrule Castle and was forced to flee. It was a perilous journey, very different from my own travels, I imagine. Danger was his constant companion. Anyway, I should return to my task. I happen to know a song by the ancient hero. Yes, no, thank you. I appreciate your candor and enthusiasm, Sir Cass, but, return home and be a father to your children. Hey, did you happen to see any of my friends? There are 4 travelers named Olif, Flaxel, Canelo, and Palm. Wait. Oh my god. Olive, Flax, Canola, and Palm. You know what those things are naming, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people? Those are different seed oils. You know, the thing that's being banned in the US. Well, you know, one step at a time. If you're trying to watch your saturated fats, seed oils are good for you. They're great in salads, and they make excellent aioli ingredients, or excellent components in an aioli. Many aioli are made with olive oil in particular. I guess here's a fun question I can ask folks. What do you guys think about aioli and mayonnaise in general? Me personally, I hate mayonnaise. I do, like, it's okay in tuna fish or like tuna salad or whatever. It's fine when it's mixed in, but if you ask me to eat a glop of mayo by itself, yuck, gross, could not be me. Please don't get the mayo out of my face. Aioli, on the other hand, as long as it's made well, delicious. Both as a topping and as like an ingredient in something else. I don't know. We were all walking together when some monsters suddenly jumped us near the Kukot Plateau path. I took off running and didn't stop until I got here. I thought my friends were right behind me, but when I turned around, they were nowhere to be found. You don't think the monsters could have... No, they're fine. They'll be back any second now. Hey, if you happen to run into any of your friends, into any of my friends on the road, please let them know that sesame, yet another seed oil. Oh, man. Where is this? I need this. That's really not a great, particularly exhilarating revelation to make. But I like to think so.
Sure, Jan.
Missing in action. We would have missed this particular side quest if we hadn't. Anyone need some bugs? I like to travel the desert to sell my wares, but I haven't found a pack animal yet that won't get stuck in the sand. You need to ask the Gerudo for a camel. I sell bugs. What? It's a living. I'll buy. I got some darners and that's about it. Oh, darn. I guess your stock could use some work.
Oh, give it a rest.
Yeah, okay. Bad puns are bad. I'm just gonna buy out your stock, good sir. You all set? Yes, sir, Mapin. Sounds good. See you later. Oh, hello, Picongo. A canyon painstakingly carved out by the mighty wind over countless years. What a magnificent sight to behold. Hey, we meet again. Are you out traveling as well? I've traveled all over the world, so I'm happy to tell you about new places if you want. If you have a picture to show me, let's see it already. Sure. This picture. Oh, isn't this the Car Bazaar? How did I miss this memory? It's an oasis just outside Gerudo Town. If you head southwest from here, you can't miss it. How did I miss that memory? It's a great place, just brimming with exotic atmosphere. It's certainly worth visiting at least once in your life. So you say. Alright, now let's head up and get the quest, or the shrine, so that we have easy access. And I can actually update the counter for the Koroks. I hope I don't have to continually open the counter interface on Firebot to do this. Honestly, if there were like 300 or no, 600 fewer Koroks, but they were turned into shrines or like shrine type puzzles, that would be great. That would have been an excellent way to implement them. And, you know, they could take up more space while still leaving empty space. But instead we get this. We get 900 random lifts of rock, plucks of off apple trees, jumping over random fences and picking up random objects. So Gerudo, the Gerudo Wasteland, demonstrates the gimmick of electricity. There are going to be a lot of circuits we need to complete. We've seen this already, but I'm just talking about it here with people who maybe have not seen this portion of the game before. Lightning is like a core central gimmick of a lot of the shrines in the wasteland, and so you'll need to complete the circuits or break some circuits a lot of the time. And you might have to do more than just you know, complete the circuit. You might have to manipulate it like we did with the divine beast stuff. Really? Okay, I guess it's as simple as, you know, get it off the rope or whatever. The game's gonna make me work for it. Whatever. Fine. We can work for it. Anything under there? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So, we needed this to get the key. I'm scared for what puzzle might come next. I'm okay with circuit puzzles, like these sort of like complete the image or whatever. I'm fine with puzzles like these. But the more complicated they get, the more my brain is gonna be racked. Let me just go ahead and do that. Get you out of the way. Might have to make some more ancient arrows. We'll have to see. Ah, see? Here's another example. This time the circuits are a little more creative. Now, instead of, you know, just putting balls in sockets, now we need to actually make a circuit, which is really cool. The circuits are represented in unique ways. I like it. Okay, anything in here? No, doesn't look like it. We're missing a chest somewhere. Ah, that'll do it. Ah, why does it have to be weapons all the time? Can't it be like, I don't know, a shield or something? Oh, and fun fact, you could have used the chest there, this chest here, to like complete the, you can even use the metal weapon in some cases to complete the circuit. Like, watch. Because it's metal, it conducts electricity between other pieces of charged metal. And of course, if you get into electrified water, you will take a lot of damage. Just, yeah, okay, we've got the chests in there. Good. Not really much more to it. This is in large part what we do with all of the shrines in the game. Is we do a selection of puzzles, we get the reward. It's usually a spirit orb, and you know, we either upgrade our health or stamina. Take our pick. Even with all of Breath of the Wild's flaws, I still think it's a good game. I think it's a great game. I really think it's some of the minutiae that holds it back. 799 Koroks, okay. Why is that not working? That's so weird. Oh, it's because they're disabled. Oh, man. Okay, that's why it's not working. It's I don't have the commands enabled. Of course they're not going to work. There we go. Okay, put that notification there in both chats. You guys may want to consider, you know, refreshing the stream and everything. That way you don't miss out on Korok seeds and stuff. Ah, a random rock. That'll do it. And then... what else? Which way do we want to go? Maybe up here? There definitely looks like there could be something up here. This is pretty much what the end of the game looks like. Or, like, when you're starting to wrap up and conclude things in Breath of the Wild. It's just constantly exploring, filling out little nooks and crannies, doing the really small, tedious tasks. I think RPGs or action-adventure games like this can lose their luster at points like these because you aren't advancing plot, right? You're not advancing plot. You're not finding out something interesting about the world all the time. You're often alone with your own thoughts, which that can be an interesting thing to sit with. You know, just think about random things. Like, if I were playing this game by myself and I were in a moment in the game like this where I'm just kind of, you know, completing things, I would definitely be daydreaming. You know, I would be daydreaming. I would be thinking about, you know, thoughts in life. I would be thinking about, oh, how am I living my life right now? That sounds strange to think about when you're playing a game, right? But if it's a game you're used to, you know, you that is something you totally will do. All right, got him. Really? All right. Oh, of course. Nope. Thank you, sir, but I am not interested in your buffoonery today. Oh, we're gonna run out of stamps. We are so gonna run out of stamps. Okay, where's the next one? I guess we can go this way and grab this one real quick. This one's like over here-ish. And with any luck, I will we'll be able to we won't have to worry about the Koroks anymore. I hope everybody with the paid benefits and everything enjoyed the thumbnail preview. Hello. All right, where's this particular cube then? Is it like over there? Oh, it can just be a literal sandstorm. Neat. All right. Really? Oh yeah, we never really dealt with the gimmick because the sandstorm wasn't like a permanent feature when we were going to the Divine Beast. But yeah, anytime you're in a sandstorm, the technology just does not work. Like, it gets all staticky, the connections break and everything. You just you have to navigate with your own eyes. There's nothing else for it. Okay, so we have... There's that. So when we say west wall, are we meaning... Is the map referring to, like, this? Yeah, I can see it. It's literally right there. Ah, yes. The desert at night is, very cold. If anyone else lives in a desert, can you, like, confirm this? Like, it's one thing to be like, ah, yes, you know, it's cold. I guess we will be equipping a fire rod in the meantime. But are the deserts actually cold at night? Yeah, I can see it. It's up there. But how are you gonna get up there? Why is that block wall there? I'm sorry, but like, what the heck? How are you supposed to do that? Yeah, there's no way to do that. There is zero way to put that up there. You have to, like, I don't know, pass the block through somewhere? All right, let me see if we can't figure this out. Okay, it's here. So we were told it was this wall, and we just got to figure out which one. I think it's one of these gaps down here. No. Might it be this internal gap here? No. Is it like this? We'll figure it out. No worries. No! We have to reload the area again. Really? Yes, let's go in a shrine. That's gonna be, like, really difficult to, you know, go find. I'm sure we could do it. It would just be better if we didn't do that. And maybe let's also, pass the time until morning. We should just already kind of be doing that. The desert at night is not a good place to be. Really, you want to be in the desert in the morning when it's not too hot. Yeah, let's get out of the desert for now. Ooh, exactly 800? More electric circuits. I figured it was going to get more difficult. Electric path. Nope. Nice. That happened. Okay, let's not make that embarrassing error again. Please and thank you. There we go, that wasn't too difficult. Also, I am very keenly aware that our stream has disconnected again. Please continue to refresh the stream as per necessary. Okay. So what happens if we do this? Like, we come all this way and power up this particular block. What happens? Okay, nothing. At least nothing on that end. Let's, go this way. Why weapons all the time? Does this game think I just break weapons just cause? This game thinks I break weapons just for the hell of it. Alright, what do we have here? Oh, I bet there's like a fun way to deal with this. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that is so funny. I love that. That's ow. Oh, okay. Now it's less hilarious. Let's get that away from there. There's a lot going on here. Nice. Good for ancient arrows or something. I see. So there's no point in doing that. Like at all. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Let's figure out... Ah, this was that puzzle from earlier. Okay. Let's use a bomb for this. Okay, but why? Does it want us to connect a... Do we put the core there? I'm really confused. This one's on a track. Or maybe that's a shortcut in case we fall? That's the only thing I could think of. Interesting. So that platform is gonna move that way. I'm sorry, what? How are you supposed to do that then? Oh, do we need to like... No, I'm confused. I see. This extravagant shield is presented to Gerudo warriors who rise to the rank of captain. Its apparent opulence is rivaled only by its combat capabilities. So is this like a... I think the Radiant Shield is like particularly good for parrying, if I remember correctly. And if it's got its durability up, I'll take that over the Night Shield. Oh, maybe not that. Let's put that over there where it can't touch me. Oh, I needed to... I really messed that up, like, big time. That was a fun little, like, excursion into a shrine. While that's going on, I'm going to attempt to fix something. I was really worried that, you know, I was running the internet on the streaming computer or the gaming computer, but that's not actually happening. So I don't know why it's disconnecting like this. Just that it is. Sorry. I want to say this is 801. Gotta be 801. Yeah. Oh, no, it's still 800. Right. Not 801. We were on our way to the 800th and first one. And then bullshit happened. Okay. Let's head over here and actually, you know, solve a puzzle this time. Wouldn't that be nice? I just want to take the opportunity to perhaps do the last bit of shilling I need to do before the ad alert strikes. I know I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel grow, and of course that you guys being here and lurking in the background is more than sufficient. But if you guys feel like contributing financially by any other means or beyond, or beyond, you know, just contributing to ad revenue by virtue of being here, I would really appreciate it. There are tons of benefits that you guys get for, you know, using your Twitch subscriptions or, you know, donating on Patreon or Coffee, etc. A lot of my perks are Discord related. They're independent of the platform. Honestly, if I could charge $2 for everything I'm doing, I would do it in a heartbeat. Like, no questions asked. But the reality is I just can't. Okay. No. Okay, thank goodness. You think you wouldn't be able to stand clearly on this, but you can. Okay, where is this? Is it? It's not here, is it? No. Is it here? No. It's gotta be in a weird spot then. It always wants to do this. I don't know. Let's just put it back down there for now. I need to look at... I need to look at the other solution again. Okay, so... This is actually a pretty good time to talk about the camera. So if you're like, oh man, I don't have any compendium snaps left. You can always use this to help you solve puzzles. You can always use these to help you solve puzzles like this, where you need to remember specific patterns, and you're really struggling to, like, do that. Oh, wait, are you telling me? Why did I try to fit it into that wall? Oh, and that wouldn't have worked anyway. That cube is here now. That's weird. Okay, alright. Okay, so it's like this one. It's like, it's either a mirror version or... Yeah, the image was mirrored. That makes sense. Okay, our next one is gonna be right over there. And we'll go ahead and do the... I'll execute that so no one has to do that. We're within 100, guys. We're within 100 Koroks. Oh god, I can taste the sweet dreams that are, you know, that'll be following me after the stream today. Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you. Thank you guys again for hanging with me, and just as a bit of a reminder, we do run ad breaks. They're around 3 minutes long at the end of the hour, or toward the top of the new hour. So I highly encourage you guys to go stretch, get a, you know, grab a coffee, get a snack, kiss your loved one, do something. Do something for yourself in those short 3 minutes, and then hopefully we'll be back before you know it, and I'll not have butchered the first, I'll have not butchered this break like I did the first one. Okay, so... Yeah, I know where this one goes. It's here. We're making a 4. There were 4 lights.
It's just asinine.
Okay. Next up on our list... I think what we're gonna do is go back to this shrine and start fanning down. I actually have a reason for doing this. And that reason is, do you guys remember the Great Fairies? Yeah, we're gonna go get that last one now. But we're gonna need to sell some stuff to do this. We need 10,000 rupees. The last one was 1,000. The first one was 10. I believe the first one was like 10. The second one was 100. The third was 1,000, and now it's like a reverse. It's like it's a reverse Matryoshka doll even. The last one is bigger than all the previous ones put together. Not enough. Buddy, got any rush rooms? Why are you asking this like I'm a crack dealer? What's the matter? See, I'm tired. Tired of going normal speed, I mean. I first tried rush rooms when I was 5 years old. This sounds like you need help. Like you need therapy. Spill it. How did you get addicted to rush rooms?
Spill it, boy.
And come to think of it, I ate them every day since without fail. Back in the day, I'd win every race I ran thanks to those things. Cut to 55 years later, now I can barely drag these bones off the ground without those rush rooms. This is what happens when you're on speed, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do this. But no matter how many I eat to fortify myself, I'm just too old to get up the cliffs to pick rush rooms where they grow. That's why I'm letting all able-bodied sorts know that I'm in the market for them. I'll give a diamond for 55 rush rooms. That's worth the effort, right? If you want to do business, just come talk to me. I'm always here.
Rivali's scale is now ready.
Thank you, Rivali. We love you, Rivali. I'm pretty sure we have less than I thought amount of rush rooms. I thought you'd come back. You bring the stuff? Where are they? You want to know where to pick rush rooms? They grow all over the place. Rush rooms tend to grow on cliffs, so they'll be everywhere around here. No shortage of cliffs. If I was 5 years younger, I'd be picking them myself. The deal's for 55. It might be a pain to get them all, but I hear diamonds have a pretty high value throughout Hyrule. Not a bad deal, eh? I'm always waiting to do business right here when you're ready to... What? I misread that. I'm always waiting right here when you're ready to do business. Yes, I brought them. Here's 55 rush rooms. 5, 10, 5, 15, 25, 35, 55. Yep, they're all here. I left that rock I promised you behind the stable. Beats me by anyone to go through such trouble for a little old rock. I'd rather have restrooms any day. And come back when you get more, I'm always here. I can't give you any more diamonds, but I can offer twice the market value for them. Just remember I won't deal in any volume other than 55 at a time. Is that because you're that old? Behind the stable, you say? Alright, see you guys after the break. Sorry about that, guys. I had to clean up on aisle 5. That was not fun. But I've got my coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee chameleon. I wanna see where it climbs. Coffee, 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 coffee chameleon. Show me where the cacao grows. I'm pretty sure cacao is chocolate and... No? Oh no, my knowledge, it leaves me, it escapes me. It's cocoa beans. It's cocoa beans. Cacao is chocolate. Why am I like questioning myself? I know these things. Ah. Oh well. You know what they say. You don't use the information, you do indeed lose it. It's just a matter of time before it does. Now, open adventure log. Why? Oh, we still technically haven't done this? We still haven't talked to Riju yet? Yeah, we kind of need to do that. Alright. There's like a rock here, isn't there? There's gotta be like a rock or something. Also, thinking about where we are right now, if you guys recall at the beginning of the game where we were kind of told this story about you know, the prophecy about the chosen hero and the princess, oh, do we have just a plain golden bow? I think we have a plain golden bow. No, we have an attack up plus 12. Instead, we've got quick shot. We're gonna drop that. That how they dug and found the machines of the divine beasts and other like ancient guardians for the purposes of defeating Calamity Ganon. Yeah, these like clearly square, perfectly chiseled or somewhat perfectly chiseled. It would be this. Somewhat chiseled, you know, rock faces suggest that these were probably quarries in the past when the kingdom was active. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that there is now yeah, we should definitely go back and talk to Riju. I can't believe I didn't do that. Oopsie. Oh, it's 803? Where did I... never mind. Not important. Only 97 left, and we know one of them is in a Kala. We just need to, like, get it. Alright, we ready to dress up like ladies? I'm kidding, by the way. But we are going to have to dress up like a Gerudo if we want to come on in. Alright, Riju, let's go see what you've got to say about this. Oh, there's a pair of Gorons. Hello, Lindy. Stop Saba. Oh, wait. I think there's supposed to be a B. B sound there. Is it Sab Saba? Sab Saba? This language is hard. I was really shy being all by myself and surrounded by girls like that. Being honest, even with Strayed here, I still feel pretty shy. Wait a minute. Didn't I meet you at the Karakara Bazaar? Or was it someone else? I made it all the way to Gerudo Town, but I'm not sure why they let me in. It's because again, you guys are monogendered. There are no Goron Vi anywhere. They're all Vo everywhere. And are you really going to prevent people who sell you your gems from doing business with you? I think the Gerudo are willing to make a bit of an exception. Oh, you're back. I'm glad you're okay. Truly I am. Naboris is no longer a threat to the town. I'm still worried about the larger threat to Hyrule, but... Oh, did you see that you can get the gold helmet if you help everyone in town? No, but I know that now. Good to know. I assume we're talking about the Thunder Helm here. And, welcome back, Beer Type. Hopefully you were doing well since the last time we spoke. We had quite a few stream resets / disconnects happen. Hey there, Michael DS. Welcome back. Good to see you on Twitch. Glad you could make it. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I apparently forgot to wrap up the Divine Beast quest, and so I have to go do that now. I thought I had turned that in, or that I didn't need to turn anything in. That's a lie. So we're doing that now. I want to offer you these as thanks for your help. I trust you'll accept them. These pieces of equipment are priceless treasures of the Gerudo people. They were once worn by Lady Urbosa. Since you and Lady Urbosa were friends, it's only right that you have them. You already finished the game? Awesome. Another weapon, of course. A famous sword once beloved by the Gerudo champion Urbosa. It is said that when Urbosa swung this sword in battle, her movements resembled a beautiful dance. But of course, our inventory is full. So guess what we get to do? We get to break a weapon and get a new one. We'll be going back to get a sledgehammer momentarily. And we're going to drop this weapon and take a picture. Now, I'm not gonna, let a good weapon go to waste. This is a clan weapon, aka a racial weapon. Of course I'm not gonna let this lovely scimitar go to waste. But out of all the weapons that are present, this is it's the third best one. I would say the two most useful weapons are the armor or the Goron Breaker, the Daruk's champion weapon, and our dear friend Rivali's Great Eagle Bow. These are the best ones by far. The other two are the light scaled trident is okay. It's really durable. That's the thing it's got going on for it. But then this sword is mid. It's very mid. The Gerudo don't really have any infamous qualities associated with the swords. It's a very lackluster weapon. Now, please tell me this is also not a suit of armor. This is probably a shield. Yeah, I thought so. This shield was cherished by the Gerudo champion Urbosa. The gold used to make it was hand-picked to ensure a design that is both lightweight and very durable. Michael DS on Twitch says, I was thinking about getting the ancient armor to fight Ganon, but I tried without it and defeated him on your first try. Yeah, he's really not that bad. Divine Beast or no, it's just a matter of, have you been paying attention to the combat mechanics of the game? Can you avoid blows? Can you hit marks on a giant target while on horseback? If you can do all that, seems good. And then for YouTube, making sure I don't miss replies. Oh yeah, you need pics of everything? Gotta, for the compendium. We're gonna have to do the same thing with the Daybreaker. Ganon is way easier than you thought. Yeah, really the hard part is, you know, the second DLC boss. The little monk you have to fight. That one's hard. Yes, we know, game. I will get rid of the wooden shield. Because we got a guardian shield, and guardian shields don't conduct lightning, so we're good here. And now to get a lovely picture of this nice piece of equipment. It is a pretty shield. I hear there are glitches you can do with Daybreaker, but you gonna pose for the camera, Miss Riju? Probably not. Look at that face, it's so serious. I'm taking a picture of this for posterity. The last part of the fight is very, very easy. I have no doubt about that. I've seen it. I've seen it in reviews. What about this though? You gonna let me have it? Halt! She's not. Yeah, she's definitely not just you know, standing around doing nothing. She's doing her job. She's guarding. That's exactly what she's doing. Halt! That is the treasure of the Gerudo, the Thunder Helm. You may be held in high esteem, but this does not give you the freedom to lay your hands on the pride of our people.
That?
Be calm yourself, Buliara. You desire this helm? I would like it. I see, and yet, despite the great debt we owe you, I cannot just give you such a precious thing to you. But you are up against the enemy of Lady Urbosa. I'm definitely making sentences like backwards today. Oh, so you will find that out 2 minutes after you told me. Yeah. I mean, it is an equipment piece. We do have to get it. We're gonna be able to get it. I just wanted to see the dialogue. I'm trying to showcase as much of the dialogue as possible, so that, you know, it's all part of the complete experience. Even the stuff that isn't explicitly in the full completion, like the official full completion statistics, I would like to show it off if possible. You never know when we might find something profound to talk about. And if you truly desire it, then perhaps I can lend it to you. I mean, I wish I could say yes, but what would you like me to do? Well then, let's see how serious you are. This helm is a cultural treasure. To earn it, you must gain the trust of our people. I want you to address their concerns and bring a resolute peace to our town. Okay. We already know that you are powerful, but you can't solve all of my people's problems with power alone. Okay, but if you're able to solve all the town's problems, they'll at least lend it to you. I guess you do every quest in Gerudo Town, right? Yep. You know what? At least it goes on the docket, right? That's another thing we get to do at the end when we're cleaning up all the side quests. For now, I'm largely just gonna ignore it. I just wanted to get that, you know, that particular quest all registered and everything. What's lend? Like, get it for a time? Yes. So when you lend someone something, it kind of depends, right? When you're lending someone an heirloom or an object, you're lending it to them with the express purpose that they'll return it to you at some point. So let's say my sibling needs a new Switch controller, like a new Switch Pro controller, or they need one out of my stock. Oh, if I were to lend it to them, I would say, okay, as soon as you get a new controller, like your own controller, return mine back to me, please. That's lending. Yeah, renting something. They're kind of the same thing. Although usually, when you lend something to someone, you usually do it at a charge, meaning there's like a fee or something. and typically the object kind of like holds space wherever it is being lended from. You kind of expect to give it out to people. Renting is like this as well. They're almost kind of the same word. Almost. A lot of people in English use rent and lend interchangeably, but Michael DS is essentially correct. Renting usually has a charge, and lending usually doesn't have a charge. Like there's no fee. At least that's how it's supposed to be in English anyway. Both words are kind of in equal placements in my lexicon, but I tend to use rent when I'm expecting to pay for something, and I tend to use lend when I don't need to pay something, or the payment is in something other than money. Like I would still call if I had my sibling, if I were giving my Pro Controller to my sibling, and the cost or the associated like exchange for that is, oh, I'd like you to do some other stuff for me in a game or something that I thought was worth $60 or something along those lines. That's not renting. There's no money being exchanged, but there is time and resources. The English language is very complicated, not only because words mean one thing in the dictionary, but when you get past the dictionary and you get into like native speaking, a lot of people will just interchange words. This is a hallmark of any language. I'm sure if I were to ask, a Brazilian about Portuguese, like the Portuguese language, like specifically Brazilian Portuguese, I'm sure someone would be able to tell me, yeah, we have certain words and like there are distinctions between words, but when you speak them in common practice, we use these things interchangeably. So on and so on. Linguistics is a fun field. If there's anyone getting their degree in like linguistics, that's the kind of stuff you live for. You live to observe the evolution of language over time, how it changes over time. It's fascinating stuff, really. We're going to go back here, and we are going to begin heading south, because I mentioned we were going to go deal with a great fairy, and I meant that. You do? Yeah, I figured as much. Like, if and you don't mind my asking, just to kind of keep this point of conversation going along, do you happen to know any words in Portuguese, that are done up like that? Like the meanings are or the words are used interchangeably all the time? And I can ask this question for anyone else, if they speak a different language other than English. Yes, Zelda, what's up?
I have witnessed your journey. You have overcome every challenge laid before you. Ruta, Rudania, Meadow, Naboris. All of the divine beasts are now free. With the strength you have attained, I am certain you can unlock the powerful force hidden within. Go to the Shrine of Resurrection and return the Sheikah Slate to its terminal.
Well, if that isn't the initiation of the second DLC, I don't know what is. However, we're not doing that. We're not going to be doing that for a while. Zelda can be left on red for a bit. It's fine. She'll understand. She's used to being left on red, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. She's very used to being left on red. We're going to do things in the order I want to do them. And I have an order. I have a method planned. We're gonna get all the Korok seeds. Then we're going to make sure we have all the shrines, all of the non-DLC relevant shrines. Then we're going to go get any of the remaining armor pieces we might need. Then we're going to do the first DLC, and then we're going to do the second one. The reason I'm laying out this plan, and I'm laying it out this way, is when we're finished with the second DLC, provided we have nothing else we need to do, it'll be time to conclude the multiple choice or plural choice voting on the Discord for the next game. Like that time to, you know, send your votes in and stuff is coming. And let me explain this for people who are new here or have not been part of the voting system before. So we've been doing this for 3 or 4 games now. We as a community will vote on a game to play, or sometimes actions that we take within the game, like we've been doing for Breath of the Wild. I had you guys pick which region or which divine beast we were doing next, so on and so forth. When we vote on things as a community, we do so in my Discord. Let me go ahead and link that for people to follow along if they want. And I will totally read that statement in a second. Michael DS, I promise. So, for those that are in the Discord server or are going to look at it later, what you'll do is you'll go over to where it says voting for content in the Discord server, and there should be somewhere in there, ideally toward the bottom, the current thing we're voting on. We have a multi-choice vote going on to determine the next game. I have like 18 different choices, with a reaction associated with each one. If you're gonna vote, you just pick the reaction associated with your game. You just click on the button underneath where it is. It'll all be laid out as soon as you go there. And of course, if you guys have any questions, you feel free to like DM me or, you know, talk at me on stream like, hey, I don't understand how to do this. You know, please walk me through it, and I'll be more than happy to do so. Prater Blythe, that would be my sibling, who is a moderator on said Discord, would also be more than happy to walk you through the process. Voting is very easy. And especially with big choices like this, we always have we break up the votes into 2 rounds. Plural choice, meaning pick as many of the reactions as you want. And that's what goes in the straw poll. After the second DLC, when we get ready to do and start conducting that single straw poll, where everyone picks the single choice they want to see, because you'll only get to pick one. Once we beat the game, and assuming there's no post game, we'll move to the next voted item. That's how the votes work. I give you guys like a deadline on when the votes are due. Right now, the deadline for the votes has been a soft one. Like, when we do this, the votes are due. When I have a good read on when we're going to complete the second DLC, I will change the votes to a hard deadline. You will get a notice in the Discord and everything. Voting is meant to be an easy and relatively fun process. I like to do this with you guys so that you get a chance to shape the content for yourself. Because I like to think of my stream as it being really our stream. You guys put as much effort into the content as I do. You guys ask questions, you guys make remarks, I reply to the remarks. I like to think that you guys contribute more than most entertainers would be willing to acknowledge or say up front. I value your input that much. Additionally, and this is just to extend the bit of shilling from earlier, if you guys are subscribed on Twitch or you're a current Patreon coffee member, your votes count twice. That's another way in which I say thank you. I take a running tally of all the people that reacted to the votes, that used their reactions for votes. I manually count them up. Anyone who's a subscriber or a member gets counted at double quantity. I think that's fair. This is what I meant when I said a lot of my benefits were Discord derived. It's stuff like this where the payoff isn't immediately obvious. Because this is a benefit. This is a benevolent dictatorship and a democracy all in one. And I'd like to think that we're doing better than the U.S. government right now. Anyway, enough of me, explaining this. There are instructions in the Discord for the votes. Again, please feel free to ask someone, either myself or Mr. Darcy / Prater Blythe, or, feel free to talk in here if you need help. I'd be more than happy to guide you through it. Promise. The votes are not meant to be this complicated Euclidean draconian thing. There's just a lot of things that go into a voting process. There absolutely is. Let me go and actually reply to all the comments in the Twitch and YouTube stream chats, and then we can continue. Yes, Concertar, I'm probably butchering that, and Arumar both mean fix, okay? But there's a small difference between them. Probably what kind of thing is being fixed, if I had to guess. But that's just me. For the time being, why don't we go ahead and begin making our way to the... I'm pretty sure it's this spot right here. That's where the next Korok seed is. And it'll put us in the same direction as the Great Fairies. And we have to figure out what weapon we're ditching. I guess we could use up, the two-handed claymores as sledgehammers for now. And then we can get an actual real sledgehammer later. Yeah, I think that sounds fine. This way we're not being wasteful. I'm sorry for spending all that time. Oh, I think yeah, let's get a real sledgehammer now. I apologize for spending all that time explaining stuff. I know that's not an especially fun moment during the stream, but this is voting is the core feature of the channel. It's one of the core features of the channel. You guys have been usually super enthusiastic to actually do the voting because everyone has a game they want to see, right? For example, in all of among the options, we have Tears of the Kingdom, right? And a lot of you guys that have come here over the past year have been huge Zelda enthusiasts. And so that's where the voting has gone. But if we get an influx of people that say maybe, I don't know, Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance or something, 5 Vengeance, S&T 5 Vengeance, if that's what ends up being on the docket for the next game we play, you guys still made that decision, collectively as a group. The audience, you guys, still put your mark on this game. And it's one of the most touching things that I've been able to do at the streams, and I'm really thankful that everybody has put in their has been willing to put their own touch on the stream's content. I didn't used to do that. Do I think it's necessary? No. I'm perfectly capable of making decisions, right? I've done this for... how do you think we got challenge runs or, you know, Xenoblade Chronicles? I made decisions then. But I think that's boring. And also people don't like the game I've chosen. You know, I gotta own that. Whereas if everybody's had a say in the game being played, well, you can't be mad at me for how the votes turned out, right? There's like a lot of little things that, you know, are a part of why I do this process this way. It is in large part because I want to give back. It's just there are some other things that kind of like help solidify my judgment. I feel good I feel satisfied with the decisions I'm making regarding, you know, having you guys vote on things. And I hope you guys come to enjoy it. Although you guys can also just... Another thing about, you know, systems where voting is routinely a part of the landscape, you know, you guys can always say, you know, we don't feel like doing this time round. I would liken this to, you know, sending a petition, right? Here in the United States, in some states, if you don't like the way a state governor is doing things, you can, you know, collect some signatures and hold a special election. California does this. There are a few other states where you can hold special elections. If you think, I happen to think special elections should be a core feature of the U.S. government, but that's just me. But that's citizen initiated, right? And so if you guys wanted to, you know, petition for something specific, or you guys are like, we just want you to pick. We don't want to be burdened / propositioned for this time. Get the signatures. Like literal, no matter what you think. No matter what anyone thinks of the U.S. government, let it be said that the U.S. Constitution and the many laws enshrined within it and around it are they're how do I word this? When everyone is acting in good faith, which I think I have cultivated a rather fine audience. I think you guys would probably act in good faith with a lot of these mechanisms. Forget where I was going to go. I just lost my train of thought. No matter what, the U.S. government, and more specifically the laws that the U.S. government makes, there is usually supposed to be enough legal protections that people can't just go screwing around and making arbitrary decisions willy-nilly. Like, that's kind of not how that works. The, you know, current U.S. administration notwithstanding, you typically don't rule through executive fiat. There's built-in paralysis. There are built-in measures for deliberation. And that's how good laws are passed, is through deliberation. Like honest deliberation, and then solid votes are made on the law. Same thing with the game votes, in all honesty. Same thing with those. I did not stick the landing, unfortunately. Okay, well, at least this pattern is very obvious. Oh, is that... No, that's not where that goes. That is not where that goes. I think this goes here. Okay, no, where is this going? Oh, is it? Yeah, I misread the pattern. That happens. So that would be 804. Now, that's probably enough of me talking about the voting system and everything. Again, all the makings and trappings of that are, you know, in the appropriate channel in the Discord. And I will put reminders on that when those votes become due. You guys have my word on that. I'm gonna delete the pin, and the next one's like over here. I'm pretty sure that particular one is like hanging under the bridge, because that would make the most sense, but I could be wrong. If it's that rock, I'm gonna be really upset, because that's like a super stupid one to have. Okay, good. Yep, absolutely. Okay, next one on our list. Got those two already. We got that one. Next one's like gonna be over here somewhere. Ooh, but you know what? I think there might be a fairy fountain here. That looks like just the right amount of space for a fairy fountain. And then we can, you know, move toward the next Korok seed. What do you guys think about, you know, voting systems? Do you care for them? You're like, meh, not really. I don't care. I don't give a flying hoot about any of it. Honestly, I just want stability. If the decisions are good, I don't care. It's when the decisions are bad that I care. Or like, meh, I couldn't be asked. I literally just could not be asked. I know some people that are like that. Like, I don't care about voting. I just want stable decisions being made. We vote the people in and they make the decisions. They do the thinking. To be honest, I was a person who was very much in that latter category up until like this year. Okay. Well, let's figure out where all of the Let's figure out where all the steel balls are first before continuing. I feel like one of these steel balls is going to be up here. Oh, come on. Yeah, there is. There's one up there. Or at least I think there is. That could just be a piece of ore. It is, in fact, a cartouche. Or like, at the very least, it's like a brooch with something on it. What's the deal with this particular one anyway? That's like a very strange design. Maybe it'll become apparent later. Ah, yes. Here's another one of those. I knew one would be up there. What was I saying, though? Yeah, I used to be a person that didn't care about voting. And I guess in some regards, I kind of still really don't. I think it's nice when everyone's an informed voter, right? It's nice when everyone knows what they're voting for. But that's not how things are here in the US. Unfortunately, voting is like a team sport. You kind of vote for your team to win, and you don't necessarily know what your team's doing. It's really bad. There are a lot of people, even if they don't vote for the team, they vote for an issue, and only that issue. And that's gonna catch up with them. It's catching up with us now. It really truly is. I honestly think so. And it's really quite sad. Because it didn't have to be that way. It really didn't. But that's not the world we live in now, unfortunately. Okay, so that's one of them. You probably need to put all the balls in all the holes. That would make the most sense. There's usually a lot of filling holes with pegs in Zelda games. A lot of times. So it's not really outside of the game's wheelhouse. I just hope it's not more specific than putting balls in holes. Oh, this one already starts out in a hole? Oh, but look. These have symbols on them. Yeah, the balls do matter. All right, let's take all the balls out of the holes. Because otherwise we're gonna end up having issues. Like we already did. We already are having issues. I just hope there will actually be an election where, you know, people get a chance to not be single issue voters anymore or team sport voters anymore. That's really all I want. And I'm still torn on whether I want to even bother fighting or if I should just flee. Still torn about it. I've had 10 people all tell me different things about what I should do when it comes to what's going on in the US, and I quite literally can't make up my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there are 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 holes. Okay. Well, let's try to figure out the designs on these. I think you might be able to see the designs on some of the swords. Some of them, not all of them, but the designs are noticeable in different locations. Oh, we could have just walked around. Okay. And I think for now, we're not really climbing anything important. Let's just go ahead and put on the Gerudo outfit. Where is that? It's gonna be over here. Or actually, what we could do is do it like this. Where did I spot it? Oh, my shoulder is killing me. Might have to go lie flat during the next break. Oh, that's because it's heat resistance. Okay. There. That's good enough. We don't get the set bonus, but we don't need it. And these must represent the statutes of the 7 Gerudo chieftains. That would make the most sense. Okay, so this one is in the shape of a teardrop with a hole cut in the middle. We're gonna take pictures of all these because I think that'll help. I should have been doing this right from the beginning, but it's not how it always goes. And yes, as per usual, the icons are in different locations. Okay. Oh yeah, that particular photo is less than useful.
Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong. strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Thankfully, the nice thing about doing all that shilling in the beginning, or in the first couple of hours, you know, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay. This one we couldn't tell from a distance what it is. I might just need to, like, do them in the order I find them. That might be more sufficient. Okay, this one we know goes over here. I was about to hit myself with a steel ball and, you know, ask myself why. We might even be able to... Yeah, it's this one right here. Yeah, we don't need to take photos. We could just use the camera. That will literally be good enough. Okay, this one had the 2 blocks in front, so it's this one. This one had the 2 dots. Let's put that one there. This one is the V-shaped wedge. Is that one up there? Yeah, it looks like it. Still can't tell what that one is. We're gonna have to climb. And I don't think we need the headgear anymore. Yeah, okay, this one is... This one is the V-shape thing. This one is it's the comma looking thing. I think that's probably this one. No, that would be this one. That one has a hole. This one got probably 2 minutes left before I have to stop. Where's this one? Is this one on feet where I can see it? No, but it is on it's on the broken sword. This one's a coin-looking thing. Okay. But you totally could have taken photos of all of these, or else done something different to denote the different different icons for yourself to maybe remember what they are. This one is probably going to be up there. Yep, this one's the 2 dots. And we know where the last one is by virtue of filling in the rest. So much for the fairy fountain. I'll have to see you guys after the cutscene here. Sorry about that, everybody. Oh, my left shoulder is... Not, Oh, my left shoulder is sore, to say the least. I don't know why, it just is. Lying flat did help. But, I mean, it did cause me to be late. Sorry. Hopefully it'll feel better after I've had a chance to lie down for real. In the meantime, let's get another spirit orb, and then we can actually exchange 3 spirit or like 3 whole... Oh, is this a blessing? This blessing. Nice. Yep, we don't need this. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Now, what do I like more? I think I might actually drop the Flame Blade. And my reason for this is the Flame Spear is a better fire starter. Whereas the Flame Blade has actually seen some use, and so it's not a fresh weapon. At least that's my thought process. It's not correct. It's probably not correct, but it is a thought process I'm having. Okay, let's go, oh, we need to do that 8 times, or 4 times? 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there we go. I would like for the gnats to get out of my room, please. Alright, that's clearly not it either. Where's this fairy fountain? I thought it was, Huh, I wonder where it might be. No, it's not it. I'm going to pull out the map for a second here, make sure I'm headed the right way. So, I think Terra's the last one? Ah, okay. Interesting. I didn't think it would have been out quite that far. I thought, yeah, so the last Great Fairy is actually not in this direction at all. Which is totally fine, by the way. We can just keep moving on. That's reasonable. I just thought it was going to be along the cliff. I didn't think it was at the final corner. We can head out that way if you guys want. Or, you know, since I actually want to be able to upgrade the armor sets completely, we have to do this anyway. So we might just do that. Just trying to think of a good vantage point, a good place where we might do that. There's definitely might be a case where we go grab a horse and go out that way. Oh, but here I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm wanting to do 3 things at once. Actually, something else that happens to you in this game, by the way, is you have a plan and you're like, ooh, I want to go do that thing instead. Or no, I want to go do this thing instead because this thing will help. And you have to, you either just accept that you're going in different directions all the time, or you have to, like, say, well, hold on now a second. Think about the order of operations here. you know, go from there. Let's go to Cack. Well, let's go to Cack Village. I hear it sits in a bush, too. I think we talk to Impa when we have all the recovered memories. And I'm pretty sure a shrine sits behind that quest. I could be incorrect about that. And I might want to go speak to Impa now. We probably should do that. But still, I think there's supposed to be a shrine behind, like, that whole ball to the left of her pedestal where she sits and meditates. I'm pretty sure that's tied up in how many memories you have. Ooh, hello, Kilton. I see you up there. That's a pretty nice spot. Nice. I thought Kilton would be a little bit more on the main level. It's certainly not a bad twist or anything. I just wasn't expecting it. No one is gonna be able to, like, buy your stuff, dude. This smell. Is it a choo-choo, or perhaps... Oh, it's just you. Good evening. Can I help you with anything? Mon. I've developed an unprecedented piece of monster gear. I can't believe I was able to pull this off. I'm actually a bit terrified of myself right now. Sorry, I couldn't get to the mic in time on that one. I present to you the ultimate in monster camouflage. I call it the Dark Series. Ooh, wear this and you'll become a monster yourself. I hope you like being hunted for your organs. Or you could just, you know, think of it as a costume. Oh yes, and when night falls, you might just be able to move a bit faster. Not sure how it turned out that way, but I'm not complaining. Your current balance is 2,268 mon. What monster gear would you like to buy? We need like an extra... We need like an extra 1,000 mon to do this. Let's exchange mon. We can probably exchange some like fangs or something. $187 of these lovely puppies. And then another 84. And 101 talons. There we go. Yes, I would like to spend some, please. So let's read from top to bottom, shall we? This headgear is the product of Kilton's monster research. He crafted it with a monster born from the shadows in mind. The eyes glow an eerie red in the dark. Ah, classic. The dark hood will cost you 2,000. Would you like anything else? Kilton developed this jet black armor as a result of his monster research, a spurious replica of the green outfit once worn by a legendary hero. The result of Kilton's research into monsters. Looks like your average legwear at first, but these were created based... I like how this is like two sentences of saying exact same thing. Over and over and over again. But these were created based on the image of a monster born in darkness. Hope to see you again another monstrous night. And it already comes with a set bonus. Oh yeah, we're Dark Link, baby. But I don't like that particular suit of... Maybe we'll fight Ganon as Dark Link. That might be amusing. For now, let's go talk to Lady Impa and turn in these spirit orbs. I would like to be able to not feel so far behind on these. Heart container. Yes, please. Ah, almost done. All right, Impa, what do you gotta say, ma'am? What you doing? Ah! So the sword has been returned to its rightful owner. Just as I expected of you, hero. The sword that steals the darkness is your counterpart. So long as that blade is at your side, you shall wield enormous power. The princess risked everything for you in that sword. Do not forget that, and do not waste this chance. By the way, how are you faring thus far? I sense it. Their presence. Daruk, Urbosa, Rivali, Mifa. 100 years ago, I put my life on the line to fight alongside everyone, but I could not protect them. They died without fulfilling their destinies. I have lived all this time thinking they died in vain, but this energy I feel from their presence, it seems they have not given up. I can also sense that they were all overjoyed to see you again. Now you all serve the same purpose. Now it is time to attack Calamity Ganon while he is weak. Hurry to the princess. Go now. I believe you will find Calamity Ganon in Hyrule Castle. No duh.
You shall tell me everything I want to know.
Even with the blessings of the divine beasts on your side, you must be careful. Calamity Ganon will be well protected. Be prepared for anything. That Sheikah heirloom has been guarded by our tribe for generations. I must request that you not touch it. Even for an esteemed guest such as yourself, there are certain rules that must be respected. How am I supposed to get that orb? It goes in a shrine. How is a shrine? How is something? That makes me mad. That makes me mad. Let's go back to East Gerudo ruins, and you know, I'm forgetting myself again. We wanted to go to the we wanted to go get a horse and go out to the Great Ferry. There is a Korok seed out that way anyway. Oh, his left shoulder is killing me. Killing me. I feel so tempted to end stream early, but I think I can make it another 40 minutes. All right, let's go grab a horse.
Hi.
Yes, I'd like to take one for a ride. Take horse. The only horse that we should be taking. Thanks for choosing us for all your horsey needs. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's great. Hello, what? I'm sorry. Or are we not allowed to do this? Huh. Alright. I like how these guys are like careful. They're like just... Hey there, Rasby. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit, good sir. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are your various projects? University work, exams, and so forth. How's all that going for you? You passed the exam? Awesome. Did you feel, despite not having studied yesterday, was it an... I don't want to take a horse. I would like to store a horse. You did like a brief review in 15 minutes? I see. Yes, I would like to board a horse. Thank you, Piaf.
Ah.
Oh, it's errant hair. For what it's worth, I'm happy you passed. Was it a hard exam, or, you know, despite the lack of studying, or, you know, what was it like? What was the experience like, I guess, without, like, surmising what the experience might be? Okay, let me not do that, and instead... I don't think so. It was easy because it was heavily linked with the project. Nice. There's one. No, I messed that up. Really? You went and grabbed a duplex bow? All right. I am messing this up something fierce. Let's not do that. You got a 6, but yeah, new 0 theory. Well, I mean, hey, at least it was enough to pass. You'd say it was hard. Many people didn't pass. Wow. Do you know how many passed? You also presented the project, made a bunch of mistakes, and wrote ugly, was told to remake it. You needed 5 to pass. Okay. It's a squeaky pass, but it's a pass. That's the important part. And that's also totally fair. Sometimes, you know, especially with presentations, you just kind of tend to know how everyone is going to do ahead of time. Just based on things the instructor might have to say. I remember a biology lab where... No, it wasn't biology, it was chemistry. It was specifically a organic chem lab where just based on the number of people that didn't turn in the pre-lab, the instructor already made like some kind of passive comment about, oh, I totally foresee, you know, bad things happening. I totally foresee a fire happening today. Something to put the students on edge, you know? Whether or not we want to say that that's like an unethical scare tactic, I don't know. But let me not wear a rod of cold. It's actually cold enough that I need to be wearing one of these. You don't care about others, do you? No, that's totally fair. That's completely fine. I was just curious. You filter out stuff that it isn't relevant for you. Fair. You have really good intuition. You were able to kind of deduce from the formulas and context what the answers to the grid quiz section was, and same for the questions. Interesting. Application, and based on the project work you did, you're able to fill in more of the gaps than a lot of other people. Which makes sense. You also know the theory about making grid quizzes and how to calibrate guess when you know nothing. Ugh. I hope I'm not like, you know, losing feeling in my nerves or something strange, or I'm feeling things I'm not supposed to. I have no idea. I'm glad you passed for what that's worth, and I know that particular sentiment is worth very little, but I'm saying it anyway. Hello, what do we have here? Hydromelon. Watermelons in the desert. I wonder if watermelons could grow in a real desert. Usually they're the kind of plant that requires like lots of water. Like, the thing about melons is that they're like great at retaining water, but they don't do well in dry climate. So, let me also put the... Let me put that, like, what is it, over here? Yeah, it's like out this way. Let's put a pin over there so I know where I'm going. If you have 3 options and 2 are really similar, the answer is more likely to be in the similar ones because people start with the answer, tweak it a bit, and then put in wildcards. Yup. I've actually watched... I had the distinct pleasure of watching an old biology instructor make exams when I already, like, passed the course and I'm not a student of theirs or anything. We happened to be talking in like a copy room, and I happened to like notice the process for like they went over the process for like exams and what their common techniques for exams were and everything, with the express permission or express caveat that I tell no one of how I learned about that. I agreed because I didn't want this particular instructor to lose their job. We were just making conversation. Yeah. Also, I guess, even if I didn't have that conversation, that's just kind of like... There's... How do I word that? I'm trying to think of the word. I know what I want to say. I'm forgetting the word. Pedagogy. That's the word I'm looking for. If you want to make difficult exams, you don't have, like, you have 3 of the 4 answers be really reasonable. You have, like, or even all 4 of the answers. Like, you make it so that they, especially when it comes to like the hard science exams, like the chemistry or physics exams. If you ever have a multiple choice question in those, you just make all the answers sound reasonable. And you fill it with enough terminology that the student has to spend time like parsing what the terms are. And you know right away, or like within a couple of minutes, who's just kind of, if you see people, you know, just kind of staring a blank at their test paper for like a solid 2-3 minutes, you know that person's really having to think about the particular question they wrote down, that you put on the exam. Insane stuff. I mean, not insane, but the things you learn about when people tell you how the exams are made, or what kind of reasoning they use when they build their questions. Now, some instructors will, and I guess I'm just kind of talking in general now, some instructors like have no qualms about sharing how they make the tests up to a point. Like, yeah, this is generally what I do, but they're not like, they don't relay too specific information, because then it would tell people how to answer the test. You don't want that. But they will at least share the thought process without telling you how many questions of X type are going to be on the exam. Here's a fun question I can ask folks. Have you ever had any instructors or, teachers or people, if you ever had to sit in and take one of their exams, do they typically tell you what their thought process behind making the exams is? Or are they like, nah, fam, I don't want you to use, I don't want you to reverse psychology my mind to answer all the exam questions. I've heard it all kinds of different ways. I'm using a blizzard rod, and it's still not enough. That is unfortunate. Yeah, I see you over there looking at me. It's also a perk of being a bit of a teacher's pet. Someone who doesn't really get along with their peers that well, but someone who gets along with members of the authoritative class. I'm really good at doing that. Granted, I don't think that's going to be saving me during the current U.S. administration. Because those people are not interested in getting along. They're interested in exerting pressure on you. But, I pride myself on being able to, walk between multiple different cultural worlds. Or like different sociological worlds. I really do. That is a strength of mine, and I'm more than happy to share and talk about that. Most of that strength really just comes down to not stirring the pot. Not only not stirring the pot, but making an active effort to get along and understand that the authoritative class, among those in the authoritative class, most of them are just trying to do their jobs, right? Most of them are just trying to do their jobs. It's nothing personal. If they're, tossing out a grade or critiquing you on your work, it's not meant to be taken personally. A lot of people are so focused on liking liking people in the authoritative class that they forget what the class is there to do, and that is to keep people at arm's length so they can do their job. Because if you're going to preside over people, rule over them, or otherwise make decisions for a group of people, you cannot afford the sandstorm is bad. You cannot afford to make decisions that are clearly at the benefit or expense of a person if you can help it. Like, if they are personally motivated reasons, you cannot be doing that. That's bad. Now, if the decisions you make are at the expense of people because of something they did, or because this this is just the system you live and operate in, that's fine. There's no favoritism. Like it's an ethics thing. I could go on and on and on and on about that. I'm not going to. I think that's a waste of everyone's time, and there's no reason for me to, you know, delve into there's no reason for me to do this when I'm not super qualified. Hello. Nice. I was super expecting that to be really bad. Now, I got a question. No, I'm afraid not. Not that simple. Okay, hang on a second. Is it just me, or does anyone else think that this is in the shape of an arrow? No, it's me. It's me. There's no... Oh, maybe not. If I look at it a certain way. Let's follow the direction. It's like, what, here? It would be nice if the skyline cleared up. For like 5 seconds. Yeah, look, I drastically wandered off course. And it's not even there anyway. It's like here. Can't even know which way the wind's blowing. Can't go any farther? Well, alright. Yes, I know, game. We can't go any farther. Cool, great, got it. Is that a... Yeah, it's like a set of bones. Okay, I could see it. It's over there. Ooh, how are we gonna get these? If there's like furious sandstorms blowing every which way, I have no idea how we're gonna... No, that comes to a stop. Okay, let's just go toward this lump, like, right here. We need a picture of this anyway. here we are. Here is the Holocaust Shrine that I'm sure is going to have a puzzle in it. So my guess is there's actually going to be all these things are going to sit in like clearings, because you got to be able to like see the Korok seeds. Got to be able to pin them for later. The current solution. Making puns like these?
It's against the law.
Clearly. Okay, so this one's not super difficult. You put the cubes in the gap. You put the thing in the thing, and then the thing happens. Not that hard. How is the game gonna make this the concept of this more difficult? Ah. You just described every container. That's me. I say things with zero added value to them. Oh. Hello there. I did not see you as I was grabbing the chest nearby. I did say that for a fact. That was a thing I did for a fact. But I'm also the type of person that would accidentally say things with zero value sometimes. Are we gonna? Yeah, okay, those screws are gonna come down this way. Good. I think when we get the fairy fountain, I'll probably go ahead and conclude for the day, but gotta invest in that self-esteem skill tree. I know. I mean, I'm mostly not being serious. Nice. I'm mostly not being serious, but, investing in the skill tree certainly doesn't hurt, does it? Okay, so what do we got going on here? We've got a circuit. We've got a platform. Yeah, you're not being serious. You just happen to make these kinds of jokes very frequently. Oh, are you suggesting I'm being half serious? I mean, that's probably also that is probably also correct. Nice. Let's go ahead and eat this. I really will have to make some more food once the I gotta stop walking into this. Like, that's gotta not be a thing that happens. Okay, that part's not... I swear we're just assembling the most convoluted Rube Goldberg machines ever. And for those that don't know what a Rube Goldberg machine is, have you ever seen those videos where they start you off by tipping over a line of dominoes, and then the line of dominoes pushes a ball, and that ball goes onto a track. It rolls down the track and rolls into another pair of dominoes, and it keeps going and going and going, and the parts of the Rube Goldberg machine get more and more ludicrous, and finally at the end of the Rube Goldberg machine, you know what happens? The Rube Goldberg machine is the kind of thing where at the end, what you're set up with is a machine that will press the coffee maker button for you. What? What is this? Happens to you all the time? The Rube Goldberg machine? Okay, let me not do that, because that's, like, not... I don't know what the purpose of that would be. Yeah, or something like that. Fair. Okay, so what's the point of this? I need to ask myself, like... there's, like, a chest up there. What circuit are we having to, like, complete here? Sorry, I'm doing the puzzle. I guess I better start experimenting. Okay. So, 3 of those look like things we don't want to complete the circuit with. Interesting. I really do feel like we're operating in a Rube Goldberg machine, though, and I thought we were gonna have to, like, pop open these grates, but I guess that's not a thing either. If you guys ever see yourselves operating a Rube Goldberg machine, don't run. Run for the hills. Like, find a way to un-Goldberg your Rube machine, or however you wish to put that. Now, what might I mean by... what do I mean by un-Goldberging your Rube machine? Well... that was really bad, by the way. I should feel bad for that particular twist of words. If you realize that you're part of a pyramid or Ponzi scheme, run. Don't participate. Because that's like the sociological version of a Rube Goldberg machine, where you need 50 people as part of some strange outreach mission just to do something that 1 or 2 people could easily have done on their own, given the, you know, correct government infrastructure to do it. Okay, is there anything else? Let's take a look. Okay, there's 1 chest in here. Maybe there's more to this room than that. For now, let's complete the circuit. You can finally rest easy knowing that your exam is done. The next exam is only on Monday. What? What? Oh, no. Oh, it's over here. Okay. I was like, what the heck? Oh. Now this all makes more sense. Okay. Okay. What the hell is this? What is this? What were the Sheikah doing in their spare time? That they were just making all these tests? Like, that's the whole goal of these shrines, is they're tests for the hero. Okay, I think I see what we need to do. We want to do something like this. Like, I already know what we're trying to do here. Never mind. I do not know what I'm doing here. Maybe it's just 1 over instead? I guess we're gonna find out. What? Well, no, not really. Why? Also, did that just break apart? I think it did. So I think I can... Yeah, okay, I see what I gotta do. No. Like that. There we go. That took me entirely too long. Sorry about that. I swear I'm better at puzzles than that. Well, good luck on your next exam, Raspy. I hope you don't need it, of course. And I hope there will have been, or not will have been, but I hope at some point along the way there is, you'll feel like you've been sufficiently studied for it. But, if all else fails, good luck. Okay. Rube Goldberg machine completed, and it only took 9 minutes to make. Need to make that project whenever possible and you'll be free. Okay, I need to check my coffee. One of the things that these, like, insects really like doing is getting in here. Well, only after you also make progress on the degree project. Otherwise, you don't pass some exam that functions differently, and you have to pay a lot. Yikes! That's awful. That's worse than a U.S. driver's license exam. At least that one's like somewhere between 10 and 25 US dollars to retake. Like, how much do you have to pay? It sounds like if you're saying a lot, it sounds like there are 3 or 4 digits in the number. Is that a seal? What's that doing here? It's a lot compared to how much you have to pay so far, which is almost nothing, because for 4 years, the university is covered by the state. Like $100. That's a lot of money. At most 200. Yeah, that's not a lot for college university students. I'm sorry. I made that sound like that's a pittance. What I meant to say was, college and university students tend not to have a whole bunch of money lying around unless they're borrowing like crazy. Unless they're like doing something else to get that amount of money. That's expensive. Or do drugs. Do drug dealing, Kappa. Boy. Sweet boy. Nope. Someone said this to me, I'm gone. Please. I want this. This insect is fluttering around and it's getting in my way. Listen to my story. Fine, sure. I am the great fairy Terra. This place was once a beautiful spring, but as time passed, an insect flew in my face and I smashed it with a hammer. Anyway, but as time passed, fewer and fewer travelers arrived to offer me rupees. As a result, my power has abandoned me. I'm nearly powerless now, so I beg your help. I need rupees to become whole again. Sorry. While I was talking, there was an insect getting ready to fly, like a small, fruit gnat or whatever, getting ready to fly in my mouth. I didn't want that. So, in an effort to, puff myself up a bit, I thought you read that in the game. No, sir. No, sir. Absolutely not. Link bringing in the hammer. I mean, I'm carrying a sledgehammer. Does that count? All I need is 10,000 rupees. Once my power has been restored, it can help you do great things, boy. Like using, never, nope. Absolutely not. Yes, you need your 10,000 rupees. What's this? You don't have enough rupees. How tragic. How dreadfully tragic. What? Oh, you know what happened? I know what happened. I actually didn't end up making the money I wanted to make. I ended up converting monster parts into Mon. That's what happened. Just a regular hammer that's used for construction. Yup. In this game, it mines rocks. In real life, it would do no such thing. I mean, it can tear down walls, it can break apart sheetrock, like it can do those things, but you wouldn't use a sledgehammer to go mining unless you were literally trying to, you know, get shale or something to make walls with, or whatever. Alright, let's go, and I'm sure Beetle will be around here somewhere, and I could shell my stuff. Hi, Beetle. This one's for the history books. Please don't do this to a real person. Please don't do that to a real person. Don't take photos of them and their sleep. That's really, really creepy. Hey, well, yes, the smell of golden beetle is enough to wake you up. Yes, and you'll give me a fairy tonic. Fine, take it. Take your beetle and have fun. Yeah, instead only watch them slowly. No, don't watch them at all. Just don't watch people while they're sleeping. The only people, here's a single exception, you are allowed to watch your young children sleep. And the reason I say that is because if you're in an area, or in a neighborhood where you need to keep an eye on your kids, yeah, you might have to watch them sleep. You would be standing watch over them. You wouldn't be just looking at them. You'd be looking around and all over the place. You wouldn't be watching them sleep for the sake of looking at them, is what I'm trying to, like, grasp at here. That's like the only circumstance where someone is allowed to do that. And it wouldn't be creepy or weird. That's not out of place. To any, for anyone else, to do that to anyone else, don't. I watched other colleagues sleep on sleepovers or school expeditions. That's the kind of thing a stand-up comedian would say. And follow it up with, I watched all their mascara melt while they slept. Or I watched people pitch in tents while they slept. Kappa. Beetle, please give me arrows. I will take all of them. And same thing with these. Any arrows I buy on stream are arrows I don't have to spend time worrying about off stream. And now let's proceed with the selling. Because the last thing I want to do is get this fairy and then, you know, get the heck out of Dodge. What are we gonna sell to make room for all this? Maybe some luminous stones? Beetle does the Mario's Wahoo. It's better though. It's better than Charles Martinet. Because Charles Martinet's getting up there in age. He's not getting any younger. I'm gonna sell a diamond. And besides, these days people know Charles Martinet more for the Parthenax voice anyway. That is the dragon that is diametrically opposed to Aldwin, like the antagonist of the of that particular game. I'm gonna sell 13 of these so I can make money. All right, we've got the 10K. Let's go get this extortion over with, and then we can end the stream for the day. The next few sets of thumbnails are going to be pretty easy to make. Now, what I'm not sure about, and this is something that'll go in the Discord, is, you know, what I'm intending to do for tomorrow, for stream. Because again, I'm trying to like structure myself to be doing these streams at this specific hour at all times. And because of my sleep schedule being deleteriously screwed up beyond all recognition that it is, streaming daily sort of helps me get back into that rhythm. At least for now. I don't know if it's going to be more React content, because I already have a couple of other videos lined up, or like what I discussed at the beginning of stream. I've considered, instead of a React, oh no, React content. Well, that's okay, because the other thing I've considered is, instead of reacting to a video, I'll just make the content myself. What we'll do is I'll gather up some of the saucy comments from the nice guys and nice girls. I think that would be a fun read. I'll have some music in the background or something, and after I've blotted out all of the personal information and stuff, it'll be fun to go over the particulars of why I think people shouldn't be treating each other like, you know, animals. My God, I'm still scarred from Nice Guys yesterday. I still can't believe someone actually uttered the words "hot brown animal" to a woman. Like, I'm sent in a bad way. Yes, Tara, here you go. I wonder what makes you go on these long rants. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about this analytically here. Maybe I like reminding myself that I am, even though I am an autist, and I am considered emotionally stunted according to most charts, that I like to think that I'm at least a decent human being and don't do half the stupid shit. Yes, it does feel very emotionally validating. I do like doing it. And after a roller coaster of raking my mind over and over and over and over again, it feels good not to do that. But let's get to, saucy women. It's not like you're actually helping anyone or anything with it. Yeah, that's true. What, were you drowning down there? No way. Why are you drowning in your own spring water? That took me a second to not say something I'll regret. I always try to make sure I get my emotional needs met through things that would actually make a difference in the world, since that's your goal anyway. Dodging the terms of service, Kappa. Look, there are hot tub streams on this platform. There are people like Amaranth flashing their cleavage every which way. A pastel-colored, white-haired, white-skinned lady with very, very colorful clothes is going to go like past the TOS. because there are other people bigger than me failing the TOS every single damn day. And Twitch ain't doing a thing because they've got bigger problems to worry about. Like whether or not certain political streamers are on their platform or not. Anyway, that totally wasn't a veiled jab at the people making that type of content. Totally not. Kappa. Eye roll slash... I don't know. This.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
Ah, well, hello there. I am the great Earth Fairy Terra. Well, that makes sense at least. I am the oldest of the four sisters. Makes sense. I have been watching your activities from inside my bud all this time. What? And haven't you been busy swinging that sword around, adventuring? I'm not just making wild assumptions, you know. I truly do see all. But yeah, that's the issue you have with ranting. It doesn't do anything other than feel good. But feeling good isn't inherently bad. It's only an issue if that's at the cost of, I don't know, your regular time. No, that's valid, and I'm glad you're bringing up your concerns. It's stuff I think about when I think about, oh, I'm doing something like different. Or if I'm striking out and trying a different form of content or doing something different with my stream time than what I normally use it for. You're one of the only people that is actually, how do I put this? You're one of the people that is not just saying do whatever floats your boat. You're giving me real critique. And I appreciate that. Man, what an opportune time to talk about this. I'm gonna focus on Terra. Focus, but don't make assumptions, as Terra is apt to do herself. I think it might be related to the recent breakdown you had. Possibly. I mean, I did say that it's nice to not feel like you're, you know, second guessing every decision you make. Instead, you can criticize other people's shitty decisions and laugh. But also, I haven't yet turned the doing the thing on stream into something valuable yet. And I've been thinking about the fact that I had to set up, I spent at least 15, 25 minutes getting the whole thing set up, explaining how it worked, telling people what I was doing. And that's not really where you want to be when you're making React content of any kind. So I think in general, what I'm sort of learning is while other people can probably make a good go at making React content, I cannot. I'm not the type of person that can just leave things be and hope people either enjoy the ride or don't. I would be too busy making sure that everybody is on the same page. You cannot have that with React content. I've looked at all kinds of streams with this. I think your target audience is other people who get validated by this ranting as well. And that usually happens if you do controversial stuff, but healthy people typically don't engage in this mocking stuff. I think there's a counterpoint to be made for... I think in most circumstances, there would be a counterpoint for having the content reach a new audience, but you're also pointing out the, you know, you're too small as a content creator to be doing this. You cannot possibly reach enough people for this particular content to be justified. Like you're not saying it directly and you don't need to. I think that's the other point that's being grasped at. Tell me if I'm wrong, but think that's what's being said. At least with you personally, like, you see people with issues. You don't see people who are simply stupid or say stupid stuff. You feel no need to defend any of this stuff since it doesn't do anything. Oh, that's totally fine. I appreciate the honesty. I'm glad you're being candid with it. For anyone else who may be listening to the end of the stream or the VOD with this, let me say this. I want anyone who is among my flock, my lovely crowd of senators and inductees, I want you to know that I accept feedback. If you don't like something I'm doing, say something. Tell it to me in a DM. I mean, I don't want to compel you to say things either. You're entitled to just think about things in private and not share your thoughts. I'm not entitled to those. But I don't want people to feel like they can't bring up a concern with me because they're afraid of getting in the way of what I'm trying to do, or they think that they shouldn't get in. That's not what I'm trying to say. They're afraid of coming off as judgmental. I'm pretty receptive to people. I will tell you if your statements are crossing a line. Rasby is not crossing a line here. He's saying what he means. He's getting his point across. He's not calling me names. He's not saying, he is saying maybe you shouldn't do this, but he's not demanding that I don't do it. Right? Right? He's letting his point be known. That's all I can ask of anybody. Rasby says, oh, I say this irrespective of size. Okay. I just described what it is, but yeah, also the internet is filled with this emotional validation stuff. Louder is more popular, of course. Fair. Fair. Okay. Things to think about in the future. I'm also not promoting one action or another. You're just laying out the consequences, and you're saying you're mentioning what you would do in that situation instead. Yep, that's totally reasonable. I'm just using this as a springboard to tell other people who may be listening to the VOD or, watching this after the fact. You're more than welcome to leave comments in my direct messages on Discord. Just be polite. You're more than welcome to leave suggestions in the content suggestions channel or in the reaction suggestion channel if I do this sort of content on the regular. Leave your suggestions. I like getting feedback. It's nice to not have to rely on heuristics, algorithms, feedback loops. It's nice to have real people saying something. And I value the input of my audience greatly. Rasby says, I see people shift from ranting to action over time. Like, imagine if you use that time building a review on a new mod, or stream how you contribute to Wikipedia of some game you don't know. Yeah, that's fair. Should probably be writing some of this down, shouldn't I? Do that. I'm not gonna write all that down. I'm gonna write a synthesis of that. Okay, I've written that. I've written what this conversation basically sums up to in my notes so I don't forget. Nice. At least that mug was empty. Or like host a support group, listen to a person, and display understanding and compassion. Because it's honestly this very divisiveness that you feel like is causing issues. I agree. I agree. It's like the whole a real big contributor to, you know, why these like spaces are the way they are is because people are looking for validation and they don't care what kind of expense that drives. So like nice guys and nice girls, like the respective subreddits, people just kind of put their posts there for public feedback. Or like, am I crazy? Am I nuts for avoiding this person? Blah, blah, blah. And some of the more unhinged stuff that goes on in these spaces contributes to the ideas of man or bear and woman or tree. They're both different, but they're both mirrors of each other. They both perpetuate a cycle. You're back. Welcome back, Michael DS. You've come just in time for the end of stream where we're discussing, you know, how Tuesday turned out and whether or not I should continue doing what I was doing on Tuesday. I have a lot to think about. We have gotten the last great fairy. We've gotten Terra, and that means we have access to all 4 levels of armor upgrades. So that'll be a fun time and a half for grinding. There'll be a lot of grinding now that we have all these unlocks in place. I'll prove it right now. I'll predict what you're thinking right now at this moment. Please don't.
Huh?
You're probably thinking, can't we just skip to the part where she enhances my clothing, right? After the level 4? I don't think so. Looks like I hit the mark. What an impatient person. Why don't you show me the clothing you want to have enhanced? No, ma'am, you did not predict what I was thinking. You put words in my mouth. That's different. I got a fun, like, end of stream question for everybody. Prediction. Or like seeing the future. Do you think it's a real practice? Do you think people can actually see the future? Or do you think that they're being charlatans or liars? Or do you think that they're relying on like experience? They're relying on lived experience to make guesses about people. And sometimes the guesses are vague enough that they're right. I think most people that are aware that they have, quote unquote, this gift of foresight are snake oil salesmen. They lie, and they know they lie, and they make money. The few that actually truly wholesale believe in their ability to predict the future or have some sort of foresight, if they're given like the sufficient psychological and medical tests that their ability to predict the future is like proven false, they stop doing that. Thinking is costly. Uncertainty is dangerous. It's super adaptive to believe in some kind of control. It's not actually there. Like that's the prediction, right? It would be nice if we could predict the future. It would be nice if we had the powers of foresight. But you know what? It would also be scary if we had the powers of foresight. Imagine the dark powers that be in this geopolitical landscape. What if they had the powers of foresight and we didn't? Can you imagine the levels of oppression and slavery that would exist? Predicting the future is just not a power people should have. It can lead to prosperity, but it can also be something quite dark. Like some religion, or believing in future teller stuff, or mysticism, or pseudoscience, yeah, it may all have, like, different skin, but it all kind of effectively amounts to the same, doesn't it? It's nice to believe in these things. If the belief in that centers you, that's fine. Like, I have personal friends, that, practice spell work, and, they typically scry through a bowl of water or something. They believe that has power. If that makes them feel better, who am I to yuck their yum? Who am I to tell them how they're supposed to feel and what they're meant to do with it? That's judgmental. I don't want to do that. But you went to get your accordion and you're going to learn how to play? That's awesome. That's awesome, Michael DS. Good luck. Although I hope you won't need it. I hope you won't need the luck and that it's intuitive and easy for you. But good luck anyway. Good luck all the same. And may the playing and practice go well. Rasby says, I feel like predicting the future can basically mean anything. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is the results of that are nebulous. So you can't really have this argument without either discrediting, like, you can't have the argument without choosing which side you're going to discredit. You can't genuinely believe that you believe it to center yourself and not genuinely believe that info itself as a fact of the world. And not genuinely believe that info itself as a fact of the world. You can't hold two contradictory ideas at once. No. Usually these people are alternating between which one. You're completely lost in this topic, lol. That's fair. That's completely fair. This became like a pseudo philosophical question. I wasn't thinking it was going to be this deep, but that's fair. The same reason you can't decide to believe something or to stop believing in something? Sure you can. You can choose not to hold a contradictory belief. It just takes lots of work. You have to choose to take the evidence that's in front of you, disbelieving it. You can't choose to hold a belief. It's impossible. Yes, you did arrive in the middle of it. That's fair. But also this conversation is quite complicated to follow. Even I'm not exactly 100% fully keeping up. Let's go ahead and finish this dialogue and then I'll kind of wrap things up. With the power available to me, I can enhance your clothing to the max. Do we have the materials? Okay. Are you guys ready for this? No, wait, that's the wrong one. Where is it? Okay, you guys ready for the level 4? Oh, the level 4 is wild.
Oh.
All right, let's do this. We need 2 Lionel guts for this. Understood. Now close your eyes. Snatch. Oh no. Sturdy headgear for protecting frontline. A great fairy has increased its defense to the maximum level. She just yoinks him and takes him into the fountain. What? Let's not. I will be skipping that for the remainder of the wrap up. Let's say you live, Raspy says, let's say you live on the bottom floor, choose to believe you can fly and then jump out the window. If you have any resentment, it means you didn't choose to believe it. But to be fair, there's some choice, but really small. Like some really small choice. Don't like percentages, but nothing more than 20%. You can experimentally try to choose to believe stuff and see if it works. Maybe I'm wrong and maybe you can do it. Maybe I did something wrong when you reflected on it. Like, I agree with you that in the sense that when it comes to believing in something or choosing to believe in something or not, like you have like the baseline beliefs, right? Like usually someone's baseline core bedrock belief they have is based on lived experience. At least when I'm looking at what people generally consider to be a bedrock belief, like, I believe in not stealing. I believe that gravity is real. There's usually something profound driving those beliefs, whether it's the social impetus of it or there's some logical, real world or abstract principle holding it together. It's all the same. The belief is there. And if it's on solid footing, you're not really taking it apart. It's the beliefs that are they don't have a solid logical basis and you have them anyway. Those are the beliefs I think you can change. Raspy says, like, if I tell you that 2 plus 2 is 4, and I tell you what plus is, you didn't just choose to believe that 4 is 2 plus 2. It's just simply a fact. You can't just suddenly not believe it. No, I agree with that. I don't... There are people that dispute raw facts. There are certainly people that dispute raw facts. Those people generally have some flaw in their thought process, like some belief holding them back. You can't suddenly believe that the moon is made out of cheese, regardless of how much you try. Sure, some people are uncritical with their beliefs. Right. That's kind of what I'm grasping at, is that there are some people who are not critical with their own beliefs, but in your opinion, that is something that's independent of your ability to hold a belief. Yep, I agree with that. I certainly agree with that. I think whether or not you choose not to question your beliefs or don't think about them is definitely different than choosing to have one or not. I will say, I go back to what I said before, I think a lot of solid core bedrock beliefs are built on lived experience and the pedagogic musings of whoever your mentors were. I truly do believe that. But I still also think that if someone is shown enough evidence or their mind is tampered with, the things that we considered a bedrock belief can fall, and people can lose those. People can suddenly believe in something different if the circumstance is right. But do people arbitrarily choose to not believe in something? Maybe my argument for that might be a bit premature. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not studied enough to say yay or nay now that I'm thinking on it. Raspy says, to me, this lack of control is fundamental to your compassion for people. If people aren't critical, it's ultimately not, but it isn't ultimately their choice. You're going to fight not just for the side you like, but for the other too. It's very important that you fight for all the people, not just the ones that agree with me. That's interesting. Ultimately, mostly not their choice. Right. I think I understood what you were grasping at with that one. People who are kind of just being roped along into thinking a certain way and not and having like incentives not to question that belief for whatever reason. I think I got the gist of what you're saying there. Another one down. What about the others? Yes, but we're skipping this time because I don't want people getting like triggered. Quickly, skip. No, no snatching allowed. Look at how joyous she is at grasping someone and taking them somewhere without their consent. That is absolutely twisted, like warped thinking, fairy. Warped thinking. No other fairy does this. None at all. Where's the last one?
Oh.
If you decide you have no choice at all, that causes issues. You absolutely have some choice. Right. But maybe not everyone is necessarily thinking about what choice they could have. Something could be fogging their vision from what kind of choice they have. All done, and it's perfect if I do say so myself. It seems you've restored my sister's powers as well. If you ever have need of our power, just stop on by. Bye, sexual assault fairy. Wait, what? Okay, let's go back to where we were so that I can, we have a good basis of where to continue from next time. Your main goal is to reduce fighting between people and unite them. Fair. And you specifically focus on the bigger divisive stuff. I think I've got a better grasp of your measure, Rasby. Thank you for being open. I mean, not that you probably needed the thank you for being open, but I can't imagine that this stuff is particularly easy to talk about. You never quite know how someone's going to take something like reducing the fighting between people and uniting them and read something that's not there. I'm sure people have blown up in your face when you've tried to talk about this. You say, Rasby says you can always find common ground with someone, no matter who they are, for the most part. And you tend to stray away from absolute answers. But experimentally, I feel like that's genuinely the case. Very few people, if at all, blow up in your face. Good. I hope it stays that way. People are inherently really nice. Nice and kind are two different things. Even the extremists, even Trump supporters, there are some people amongst that camp that were just really angry at the way things were headed. I don't think they did their homework very much, but I think for the most part, a lot of the people who chose to vote were voting for like some issue they really cared about. I said what I said earlier. A lot of people in the United States are unfortunately single issue / team sport voters, and that is definitely not a way that a democracy should be run. When you start reaching the I'm voting for my people, or I'm voting for this one thing regardless of whatever else, whatever other kind of baggage your political candidates come with, that's when democracy has failed. Period. I believe we're seeing that across the globe now. Truly. They're just regular people trying to live a nice life. I agree. No, you believe that no human is inherently evil. I think people don't start that way. I do think people can become like that at a very early age, though. I feel like people can be molded by their circumstances to be evil. I really feel like if you were to put yourself in their shoes, you'd have not just the compassion to be neutral from but to actually be supportive, perhaps even overwhelmingly supportive. That's probably a difference of perspective, at least between the two of us. You're willing to challenge that claim quite a lot, but even it's a very hard claim to talk about. Even if we say that a very small percentage of people are evil, it's still pretty justified to want to unite regular people. Yep, no one, I don't think anyone here in our lovely crowd of senators and inductees is gonna be saying you shouldn't unite people. I don't really think that's where people are gonna dispute people are not disputing that portion of what you're doing. It's the people aren't like inherently evil. Some people just don't see it that way. You and I, and perhaps I think maybe the rest of us, could jump up and down and not think that way. Ultimately, doesn't quite matter if the rest of the world thinks that way. Doesn't mean you don't fight the claim, but you're aware it's a losing battle, right? You're aware that most people are not logical thinkers, myself included. I can, but it's always an exercise. It's easier to have emotions enter the mix. It's harder to keep those things out than it might first appear. Now, I could go on and on. We could all sit here and talk forever, and I wouldn't, in any other stream, or especially like yesterday, like that particular kind of stream, I would have no problem with that, but I would like to conclude sometime today. You guys have been awesome. I appreciate all the deep discussion we've had today, and I also would like to thank MonkeyFunk4D again for rating me with his 16 viewers today. I really, really appreciate it. My shoulder is quite sore, so unfortunately, this is where the party ends. I'm gonna go like recover, like rest, lie flat, recover for a while. I'm gonna have to think about what I'm gonna do tomorrow. We might play more of this. We might do the Reddit thing I discussed earlier with some tweaks. I don't know yet. You guys will get information in the Discord when my shoulder is feeling a bit better. Thank you guys for being part of the stream today. I would normally like introduce people for those of you on Twitch to, you know, go watch, but I would like to go rest my shoulders, so I will not be doing that this time. So I guess what I'll say, I'll read any last comments that we have here, and then I will go ahead and conclude with the parting message. We'll go from there. What you know about how most people act depends entirely on what you did and where you were. In your own experience, you feel little need to mention most disclaimers, and that's fair. That's like an individual thing. I try to get better about not putting 50 disclaimers in front of things I say, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. That's a lack of confidence and bravery on my part. If you spend most of your life in a toxic place, naturally your view of the average person will likely be really negative. Yep. If you want to put less disclaimers, don't just try it directly. Understand why I do it. That's something I think about. It gives you a lot of value since you keep doing it. Observe what's already there. Things to think about. I should write that down before we part ways. Oh my goodness. Michael DS, thank you so much for your Amazon Prime subscription. I wish I could say it frees you from the adpocalypse of Twitch, but it does not. But please enjoy all of the lovely emotes that come along with, you know, you being on this channel and everything. And additionally, if you do join the Discord server for any particular reason, you will also have extra privileges for being in there, and your votes count twice for like when we vote on things. There are lots of benefits to have. If I could have Twitch, if I could have Amazon Prime get in on the ad-free experience. I totally would, but I try to make that up to everybody with the other benefits. But please enjoy all the benefits, and I will make sure your name goes on this plaque here. I'll make sure to have that in by tomorrow. But thank you. Seriously. I'm struggling with my elation here, but thank you. Let me go ahead and continue reading messages, and then I will continue wrapping things up. If you combine it with compassionate self-acceptance, either here or when reflecting or at the support group, you might actually find a solution, whether it's sticking to it and not feeling bad about it, doing it less, doing something else instead, or reframing what's happening, or not addressing it is fine too. I'll probably at least do some of those independently of the support group, but that'll be a journey I get to take by my lonesome, at least for now. We'll be back tomorrow. You guys will get an update on when that's supposed to be. My name is Coinstamp. Thank you guys so much for being here with me. I really appreciate the company, the subs, the raids, all that fun stuff. You guys are the best, and I would not be here doing this thing without you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves out there, my senators and inductees. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, anywhere. And with that, goodbye.